The delinquent Shimizu-san sitting next to me has dyed her hair black. Volume 1 by Soko Hana. Translated by Hiroith Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade. Prologue. Shimizu-san dyed her hair black. Daiki. Let's talk about love. All of a sudden, after school, when I was about to go home, my friend Toshiya Matsuko approached me. You know, we've been friends since the first grade of high school, but we haven't talked much about love, have we? It is true that Toshiya and I started talking to each other at the beginning of our first year in high school because our seats were close to each other, and we gradually became close friends. Even now in our second year of high school, our relationship hasn't changed. It is also true that we have never talked about love. But I'm a bit confused about the sudden love talk. Well, it's true that we haven't, but I mean, isn't it something you only talk about secretly with a few guys on a school trip night or something? And Toshiya, didn't you have club activities right now? Unlike me, Toshiya is a member of the soccer club, so I don't think he has time to talk with me after class. I have a little time to spare today before the club activities start, so it'll be fine. Anyway, I'd like to start a conversation about love between Daiki Hondo and me now. Hearing Toshiya's declaration, which I did not know to whom he was addressing, I gave up on giving my opinion. In my experience, no one can stop Toshiya if he's acting like this. I look around quickly, but few people are left in the classroom after school, and no one seems interested in what we have to say. The only concern I have is that Shimizu-san is still sitting next to me. Shimizu, a famous delinquent, Yankee. In our high school, Shimizu-san's beautiful hair, which reaches down to her waist, is completely golden. Even though the school rules prohibit hair dyeing, she wore her school uniform full of accessories, such as necklaces and earrings. There are many stories of Shimizu-san's saga, such as when the teacher warned her about her flashy hair color, but when she stared at the teacher almost cried. Perhaps because of this, Shimizu-san is widely feared not only by our classmates but also by the juniors and seniors. For some reason, Shimizu-san and I have been in the same class since we started high school, though Shimizu-san usually goes home right after class, so it is rare to see her still in the classroom. I guess she must be sleeping because she was lying on the desk and did not move. If she is sleeping, I guess it's okay to talk with Toshiya next to her. First question. Daiki, is there any girl you like? As my attention turned to Shimizu-san next to me, Toshiya suddenly asked me a question that got to the heart of the matter. Shouldn't that be the last question you should ask in a love talk? I have a habit of eating the strawberries in a shortcake first. So, what is the answer? I feel like the analogy is a bit off, but I'll answer anyway. No, there is none. What a boring guy. Toshiya's face was somewhat dissatisfied, even though I answered seriously. I guess he expected me to say that I was interested in someone. How about you, Toshiya? I didn't mean to retaliate, but I decided to ask Toshiya the same question. Well, even if he had someone he liked, I don't think he would answer this question. I like Sito-san. It was an immediate answer. He did not seem to be bothered at all. I had no idea that this was how I would find out who Toshiya's crush was. I checked my surrounding again. Fortunately, I seemed to be the only one who had heard Toshiya's declaration. Sito-san is a girl who has been in our class since our first year. However, she is not a very conspicuous type in the class, and I don't know her very well. Is it okay to say such an important thing here? It's nothing to hide. Besides, it doesn't bother me even if she knows. I think it would be big news if it was known that Toshiya, a sophomore that was popular among girls and the ace of the soccer team, had a crush on someone. By the way, if Daiki doesn't have anyone he's interested in, what type of girl do you like? Despite my concern, Toshiya seems to be still planning to continue this love talk. Since Toshiya answered my question earlier, I have to answer his question this time. However, I can't immediately think of what I like about the opposite sex. You don't have to think so hard. I think it's okay to casually say that you like someone who is cute or pretty, something like that. I see. I've been thinking only about the inside, but the outside is also a condition to falling in love. I thought about it again, and one thing came to my mind. Then, I think I prefer a neat girl. I see. Daiki likes neat girls. Specifically, what exactly do you like about them? What do you mean specifically? I think the image of neatness differs from person to person. So, I want to know what kind of image you have of a neat girl. The word, neat, may indeed be a bit abstract. My idea of a neat girl is, for example, one who wears her school uniform properly. What else? She should have dark hair, if possible. Fumu. This is a little off topic, but what is your favorite hair length, short or long? I guess I prefer a long hair girl. Okay. By the way, I'm a guy who prefers a short-haired girl because Sito-san's hair is short. I didn't ask you that. Or rather, Toshiya is likely to switch to long hair if Sito-san grows her hair long by some chance. Back to the topic. How about accessories? In my case, if it's not too flashy, I can tolerate it. I also think it's okay as long as it's not too flashy. Okay, I get it. Daiki likes a neat girl with long black hair, doesn't wear her uniform sloppily, and only uses simple decorations. That's right. I didn't have that specific type of girl in my mind, but I think he's right. Okay, this is getting interesting. What should I ask next? Toshiya, speaking of which, do you still have time? I told you I have a little time to spare today. Ah, it's this late already? Toshiya rushes to get up from his seat and grabs his bag. I'm sorry, I have to go to my club activities. Let's continue our love talk again later. Daiki, is Toshiya going to have another love talk with me later? I'm satisfied now that I know who Toshiya likes. Before I can say so, Toshiya quickly leaves the classroom. The next day, when I arrived at the classroom, I found someone lying down on Shimizu-san's seat. I say, someone, because that person had beautiful black hair that extended below her waist. I wonder if there was anyone in our class with such long hair except for Shimizu-san. Maybe a girl in another class inadvertently chose the wrong classroom. If this is the case, there is a possibility that this girl and Shimizu-san, who will come later, will be in trouble with each other. I decided to wake up the girl who was occupying Shimizu-san's seat. Hello. I patted her shoulder. She seemed to be sleeping. It was Shimizu-san. To be more precise, it was Shimizu-san with black hair. There are endless questions about why she had dyed her hair black, why she wore her uniform without much of a mess today, why she didn't wear the necklace she always wears, and why she changed her earrings to a simple design. But now I have to think about why I woke her up by tapping her on the shoulder. Good morning. I know it's bad to wake her up and say good morning as if nothing happened, but I'd like to think that tapping her on the shoulder to say hello is not that unnatural. Besides, I usually greet Shimizu-san, so it should not be that strange. Morning. Shimizu-san greeted me back. Fortunately, it looks like it worked out somehow. Shimizu-san, you dyed your hair black. Yes. Why did you dye it all of a sudden? Because yesterday. Shimizu-san's voice volume suddenly dropped and I couldn't hear her. What happened to Shimizu-san yesterday? Well, it's nothing. I'm going to sleep again, so don't wake me up this time. I understand. I won't wake you up until sensei comes. You don't have to wake me up. After saying this to me, Shimizu-san laid down on the desk again. Good night, Shimizu-san. Today was a turbulent day. The homeroom teacher, Yuasa-sensei, who came to the morning homeroom, was surprised to see Shimizu-san with black hair and started to cry, and other classmates, though they did not tell her directly, spent the whole day discussing the reason why Shimizu-san had dyed her hair black. Shimizu-san, who was in the spotlight today, seemed to be in a bad mood all the time because of the attention from everyone in the class. Such a big fuss. Shimizu-san grumbled to no one in particular after school. It's not like anyone in the class is saying something bad about Shimizu-san, so I don't think you need to worry about it. Were you listening to me? Sorry, I heard you because we're sitting so close. It's fine, but you can't be sure if they're not saying bad things about me in class. That's true. But I think Shimizu-san's black hair and the way you're wearing your school uniform today are really nice. So I don't think there's anyone who would say anything bad about you. Shimizu-san's movement stops suddenly. Did I say something strange? Shimizu-san was stiff for a while, But then, she suddenly stood up with her bag in her hand. I'm going home. Then, see you tomorrow, Shimizu-san. Yes, Shimizu-san said and left the classroom with a swift movement. I think I should go home too. Toshiya has club activities today, so we're not going to talk about love. I put on my backpack and left the classroom as if I was following Shimizu-san. Chapter 1, Art Class with Shimizu-san. Okay, let's talk about love again today. As I was trying to leave the classroom for the next art class in the art room, Toshiya stopped me. Unlike me, Toshiya has chosen music as his art subject, so I wondered why Toshiya had stopped me. But then he made the same request just like before. What's so good about it? There is an art class right now, so we have to move quickly. The rest of our classmates had already started to get ready to move, and the only ones who didn't seem to be moving were me, Toshiya, and Shimizu-san, who was sleeping in the seat next to me. Don't worry, we finished class earlier than usual, so there's still some time to spare. Besides, at worst, we can make it if we run. If the time is so tight that we have to run, I think Toshiya, who is quick on his feet, is the only one who can make it. And I'm not sure if I can make it in time. Anyway, it would be quicker to have a conversation about love that Toshiya would be satisfied with rather than arguing with him. All right. So what do you want to talk about today? I wonder, what should be the topic of today's love talk? ? You stopped me with no preparation. Well, that's just how Toshiya is. The art room's a little far, so if there is nothing to talk about, I'm going to go now. Wait a minute. I'm in the mood for a little love talk. I'll think of a topic soon, so please don't leave your seat. I look at the clock on the classroom wall. As Toshiya said, there is still some time before the class starts, including the time it takes to get there. But if you don't think of something soon, I'll leave. Thank you, my friend. Well, let's just start with a normal chat and then move on to love talk. Sounds good. Then I've always wanted to ask why you chose painting as your art subject. Simply because I like painting the most out of the 3 art subjects of painting, music, and calligraphy. Why did you choose music, Toshiya? Did you like music that much? We have been talking during breaks for about a year, but I don't remember hearing Toshiya talk about anything related to music. The reason I chose music is simple. It's because Sito-san chose music. For some reason, Toshiya's face looked very proud when he said that. Really, that's the only reason? Wanting to be with the girl you like as much as possible is natural, you know? Even being on the library committee. Since Sito-san said she'd do it again this year, I decided to do it too. So you've been in love with Sito since last April? Maybe it was love at first sight? Toshiya was also a member of the library committee with Sito-san last year. If what he said earlier is true, I wonder if Toshiya joined the library committee in order to have more contact with Sito-san. And when I said, maybe it was love at first sight, I felt Shimizu-san, who was supposed to be sleeping, move her head slightly. That's not true. At least last April, Sito-san was just a classmate to me. I became a library committee member because I didn't want to join other more troublesome committees. I see. I thought you joined the same committee because you fell in love with her. I'm not that simple. I sometimes think she's cute on the outside, but that's not enough to make me want to go out with her. It seems that Toshiya is more hard-headed than I thought. I looked at Shimizu-san and saw no movement. It may have been my imagination that she seemed to move slightly earlier. Either way, I should wake her up when we leave later, because we need to move out of the classroom for the next class. What's wrong, Toshiya? While I was thinking about how to wake up Shimizu-san, Toshiya seemed to come up with something. I've got an idea. A topic of love conversation. Let's make today's theme a class time with the girl you like. Class time with the girl you like? That's right. Even the most boring class time is 100 times more fun with the girl you like, right? Today, let's think about the situations in which you can have fun in class time with the girl you like. Before thinking about having fun, you should take the class a little more seriously. I can't help but think he always seems unmotivated about the class, but when it comes to the exam, he not only gets a better score than me but he also ranks quite high. Don't say that, Daiki. You have to enjoy everything in life, you know? About the situation. Can you come up with something? I don't know. I mean, there's no opportunity to talk during class, so what's the point of doing anything? That's true, but I wonder if there's anything else. Toshiya, is there anything you would like to do in class time with Sito-san? About that, Toshiya crosses his arms and groans. I feel like he could accomplish great things if he could use his motivation to think hard like this for something else. Toshiya's personality makes this impossible, though. I've got a great situation. Listen to me, Daiki. Yes, tell me. In class, I get bored and took a glance at Sito-san. At the same time, Sito-san glanced at me too, then our eyes met. We both get nervous and quickly look away from each other, then both of us started to think about each other. Don't you think that's a nice situation? That's pretty good for an impromptu idea. It's the kind of situation you would expect to see in a romance manga. It makes me wonder if he thinks about something like this all the time in his spare time. Right? What do you think, Daiki? Do you yearn for that? I think it's nice. It makes me excited to know that she cares about me. You understand me? That kind of situation is really nice. The disadvantage is that it would not work if the other person did not care about you, but it could be an interesting way to get nervous and excited during class time. Okay, once we come up with the first one, the rest will just keep coming. Are we still going to continue? I was already impressed that he could come up with one situation where the students were restricted to their actions during class time. Of course, we still have some time left, so let's do that. I want to hear Daiki's idea about exciting situation this time. I can't come up with something like that. Don't worry, Daiki can do it. You're a guy who can do anything, after all. I can vouch for that. If possible, I would have liked to hear those reassuring words in a different situation. Unlike Toshiya, who has a vivid imagination, I have a hard time coming up with ideas. I wonder if this is the difference between those who are in love and those who are not. I thought about it again and came up with an idea that was not very clear but seemed to fit the situation. Is it okay if it's a little rough? Of course it's okay. So what's the situation? I don't know if you could call it a situation. But in some classes, you have to cooperate with your classmates. I was thinking that it would be nice if I could do that with the girl I like. I think it's a bit vague, but I couldn't think of anything else. So it can't be helped. Toshiya listened to me for a moment and made a gesture of thinking before opening his mouth. So, if I were to apply this to myself, I would ask Sito to teach me how to play the recorder when I practice it in music class. That's great. I want Sito to teach me how to play the recorder. It was an ambiguous idea, but he seemed to understand it somehow. I was slightly surprised at how he could quickly apply it to himself, though. When I heard that, I became really motivated for my next music class. I can't stand it. I will go see her right now. Wait for me, Sito-san. Wait. It's not always possible to actually have Sito teach you in class. Toshiya stormed out of the classroom, and my voice did not reach him. When he is absorbed in something, he never listens to what people say. As I was thinking of heading to the art room after Toshiya was gone, I remembered something I had to do before that. Right. I have to wake up Shimizu-san. I looked at the seat next to me, but Shimizu-san, who was supposed to be there a moment ago, was already gone, and I was the only student left in the classroom. When did Shimizu-san leave the classroom? I looked at the clock to see that the class time was approaching, and hurriedly left the classroom. When I arrived at the art room, there was only about a minute left before the class started. Toshiya, though it's not intentional, seemed to end our love talk just in time. When I took my seat, the students were still buzzing, and even though I didn't intend to listen to them, I could hear people talking around me. Shimizu-san really dyed her hair black. Do you know why she dyed it? I don't know. I asked my friends and they all said they didn't know either. It seems that Shimizu-san is the main topic of conversation. Students from other classes also take the class together because the art class is held jointly with two other classes. The news of Shimizu-san's makeover, which has calmed down after a few days in our class, seems to be fresh news to the students in the other class. I wonder if Shimizu-san is okay? I sneak a look at Shimizu-san. According to the seating order in the art class, Shimizu-san's seat is diagonally behind mine. Shimizu-san seems to know that people are talking about her, and she does not seem to be in a good mood. But I can't ask her about it now because our seats are a little far from each other. While I was wondering what to do, the door opened and the art teacher came in. "You guys seem to be more lively than usual today. I will start the class, so please be a little quiet from now on." Sensei didn't seem to understand why the students were making so much noise. He started the class without caring about it. "Today, we are going to read the textbook first, and then you will draw a painting. I'll tell you what we're going to draw later. For now, open your textbook to page 23. Sensei then began to explain some of the paintings in the book. In this art class, students are rarely assigned to read the textbook, and we just listen to Sensei. As I was losing my concentration on the Sensei's explanation, I felt a presence and something like a piercing gaze behind me. I turned around slowly so as not to be noticed by Sensei and found the source of the presence. It was Shimizu-san, who was staring straight at me while other students were looking at their textbooks. I turned my head back to look at my textbook in a hurry. It seems that the presence I had felt from a while ago was from Shimizu-san. But why am I being stared by Shimizu-san? I thought she was staring at me, but maybe Shimizu-san just happened to be looking in my direction? I was also a little bored during this time listening to Sensei, and I could understand why she took her eyes off the textbook. I might coincidentally have turned my head while she was looking around. I looked behind again to confirm the truth. Shimizu-san was still staring at me with her sharp eyes. My eyes met Shimizu-san's, then Shimizu-san's eyes widened and she immediately looked away. I was not mistaken, but why was Shimizu-san staring at me? I tried to think of any possible reason. The only conversation I had with Shimizu-san were only about everyday life, and Shimizu-san did not seem to have changed at all when we were talking this morning. The only thing that came to my mind after that was the love talk we just had. Maybe Shimizu-san woke up because of the loud conversation that Toshiyu and I were having, and she was getting irritated at me. That would explain why she was staring at me from a while ago. I wonder if Shimizu-san was really mad at me. I looked behind again and saw that she had her hands on her cheeks for some reason. Her eyes are looking down, and her face seems to be redder than before. I was puzzled about what had happened to Shimizu-san between the time our eyes met and now. As I wondered about this, I felt a light tap on my head. I turned my head and saw Sensei standing in front of me. "Hey Hondo, you've been looking behind too many times. It might not be on the exam, but you should at least pretend to listen to what Sensei has to explain." "I'm sorry." The art room erupts in laughter. It seems that the tap I felt earlier was caused by Sensei putting the textbook on my head. Fortunately, I don't think he's really mad at me because he's smiling too. It's fine if you understand it, but be careful next time. Now that we've finished reading today's textbook, let's talk about the models we will draw today, which we discussed at the beginning of the class. While I was paying attention to Shimizu-san, the explanation of the paintings was over before I knew it. Sensei returned to the front of the classroom and began to explain. "Today, you will work in pairs and spend the rest of the class drawing each other." As Sensei said this, a student from another class raised his hand. "Sensei, can I ask you a question?" "Yes." "What is it? Tell me." "You said we're going to draw in pairs. Will we be paired with the person sitting next to us?" "That's right." Sensei didn't explain that part yet. "Pairing up with the person sitting next to you is indeed the easiest way to make a pair." Sensei is scratching his head, and he seems to be thinking about it. "Sensei," the student who asked the question, perhaps waiting for Sensei, asked again. "Okay, I've decided. You can pair up freely today. It can be a friend or someone from another class. Once you've been paired, please take your seats so that you're next to each other." Everyone can stand up. As soon as Sensei finishes, all the students in the art room stand up. You have 5 minutes. Please make a pair during that time. Those who haven't formed a pair will be forced to make their pairs after 5 minutes. So grab your stuff and start pairing up with each other. With those words, the students begin to move in unison. Some of them have friends in this class and are paired up right away, and some don't know anyone and are just looking around. I was the latter and was in trouble because I did not know anyone who would pair with me. At this rate, I would be paired with someone I didn't know well. Just when I was beginning to think that it was fine, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned round and saw Shimizu-san standing in front of me. Hey, Shimizu-san has been staring at Hondo for a while now. What is she going to do to him? How could I know anything about Shimizu-san? I'm in a different class from her. Let's get away from them so we don't get involved. You're right, Hondo, my sympathies. The other students around us started to blatantly distance themselves from Shimizu-san and me, whispering something. Shimizu-san did not seem to open her mouth. I decided to ask her myself. Are you still angry with me, Shimizu-san? Angry? What do you mean? It seems that the reason she was staring at me earlier was not because she was annoyed that I woke her up when she was sleeping. Then why was I being stared at? Well, it's fine if she isn't angry. I guess I was wrong. So what's up, Shimizu-san? Hondo, have you decided on a pair? I haven't decided yet. How about you, Shimizu-san? No, not yet. The conversation stops. I wonder what Shimizu-san wants to tell me. I look at Shimizu-san. She was looking at me just a moment ago, but now she is looking at a completely different direction, and our eyes don't meet. There are less than 2 minutes left. Those of you who haven't paired up yet, hurry up, Sensei calls out to us. It seems I have less time than I thought. As I was wondering what to do, I saw Shimizu-san and a thought came to my mind. If you don't have a pair yet, why don't you pair up with me? I thought it was fine even if I was paired with anyone, but I was glad to be paired with Shimizu-san, who might knew. Why should I be paired with you? You don't want to? Well, then, I guess I have no choice. I don't have much time, but I'll just have to try to find another classmate. Wait, I didn't say no. I just needed to prepare myself a little bit. Anyway, I'd rather draw with someone I know than to be paired with someone I don't know. So you'll pair up with me then? Yeah, well, if you insist that much, it would be great if she agreed, but I don't remember desperately asking her to pair up with me. Thank you. Best regard, Shimizu-san. Yes, I sit down next to Shimizu-san. Between us, it's the same position as in the classroom, so it's somewhat comfortable. Time's over. Sensei looks around the art room. I look around too, but I can't see anyone without a pair. It looks like everyone has paired up. Let's get started. You can decide which one of you is going to draw first. Don't take too long, just do it quickly. You have 30 seconds. Sensei clapped his hands and started looking at his watch again. Shimizu-san, do you want to draw first or do you want to do it later? Either way is fine. You choose what you want. To be honest, I don't mind the order either, but if Shimizu-san says so, I'll decide. In that case, may I draw first? Yes. Sensei takes his eyes off the watch. It looks like 30 seconds have passed. Have you decided? Then the first one to draw gets their sketchbook ready. Whoever draws later moves their chair away from the desk a bit so that they face the first person to draw. You have 10 minutes to draw. The person to be drawn should be in a comfortable position because you have to stand still for 10 minutes. When you are ready, we will begin. As soon as Sensei finished talking, half of the students pulled out their sketchbooks and got their pencils ready, while the other half moved their chairs toward their pairs and struck a pose. I opened a blank page in my sketchbook and took out my art pencil from my pencil box. I looked at Shimizu-san, who was already sitting facing me. While all the other students to be drawn had their hands on their knees, Shimizu-san crossed her arms. In addition, her legs were also crossed. Shimizu-san, are your hands okay in that position? It's easier this way. Should I put my hands on my knees? Shimizu-san whispered a little anxiously in a voice that only I could hear. If it's easier for you, I think that's okay. I see. Then it's fine. Shimizu-san looked relieved, though it didn't show in her voice. Looks like everyone is ready. Let's get started. With a call from Sensei, the students who were to draw first, including me, started to move their hands at once. I decided to draw a rough outline first. I stare at Shimizu-san. She was long, shiny, beautiful black hair, slender arms and legs, and is taller than other girls. Her legs are crossed, which naturally draws my attention to her long legs. Hey, Hondo, your hand stopped. Ah, I'm sorry. I was surprised to hear her voice. I had been so absorbed in staring at Shimizu-san that I had not moved my hand. I felt another piercing gaze. Maybe she noticed that I was staring at her legs. I hurriedly proceeded to draw the sketch. I was able to complete a rough sketch of her in less than half of the time limit. However, I omitted some details in favor of speed. In order to draw one of the omitted parts, the face, I moved my eyes to Shimizu-san's face. Shimizu-san is a very beautiful girl. Her eyes are slanted and her eyelashes are long. Her nose, lips, and other facial parts are all well defined, and I think everyone who sees her face would find her beautiful. In fact, according to Toshiyo, there are a surprisingly large number of boys who would be interested in dating her if she didn't have such a personality. While I was staring at Shimizu-san's face to draw a detailed sketch, Shimizu-san suddenly turned her face to the side. Shimizu-san, I'm drawing your face right now, so please don't move. Because you were. I could tell from the movement of her lips that Shimizu-san was saying something, but her voice was so low that I couldn't completely understand what she was trying to say. Sorry, Shimizu-san, can you say that again? Mew. Shimizu-san turns her face toward me and protests with her eyes. I thought it would be a good time to draw her now that she was looking at me, but I had a feeling that Shimizu-san would get angry at me later if I drew her grumpy face. Anyway, my face should be drawn last. You have a lot of other parts to draw too. Okay, I'll draw the other part first. I don't really understand what's going on, but Shimizu-san seems to have her own reasons. I have no choice but to draw from the neck down first. I turn my eyes down a little lower than the head is her neck, and a little lower is her chest. My gaze naturally moves to Shimizu-san's chest. Shimizu-san's arms are currently folded, and her chest, which has a strong presence, is even more prominent in that position. Hey Hondo, where are you looking with such serious eyes? Shimizu-san noticed what I was looking at and shouted. Where? A little below your neck. I didn't have the guts to tell her directly that I was looking at her chest. Then Shimizu-san moves her arms to cover her chest. Why are you looking at me like that? Shimizu-san asked me to draw something other than the face first, so I thought I'd draw a little bit below the face. I didn't mean anything by that. I'm so sorry. I feel like apologizing would be admitting my fault, but I can't think of any other way to handle this situation other than by apologizing. I apologized as sincerely as I could. Are you sure you didn't mean anything by that? Yes. Can you say there is not even 1 millimeter of feeling at all? Yes. There is none. I see. Why does Shimizu-san look so disappointed? Don't you feel uncomfortable with the evil glances from the opposite sex? Think again. Did I really feel nothing when I looked at Shimizu-san's chest? I mean, to be honest, I think I felt a little nervous, partly because it was unexpected. I'm sorry, Shimizu-san. I lied. Huh? I said I didn't mean anything, but I actually had 1 millimeter of feeling. Or maybe 2. Sorry. I bow my head to Shimizu-san. I didn't want to regret this, so I wanted to apologize to Shimizu-san now, even if she got angry with me. I slowly lifted my head and saw that Shimizu-san was looking at me. You saw my and thought about it a little bit. Ah, yes. Well, I'll forgive you this time. I was a little nervous too. If you don't stare at me with that kind of eye, you can look at it when you draw it. But there's a condition. What is it? I'll try not to move, so draw me properly. Shimizu-san said to me in a slightly quieter voice. Okay. Leave it to me. I decided to draw Shimizu-san even more seriously in the remaining time. 3 minutes left. There's still time left, but anyone who thinks he's late should hurry up a little. Sensei told me how much time I had left. After that conversation, I was making good progress with my sketches because Shimizu-san stayed put as she had declared. Finally, the only part I had not yet drawn was her face. Shimizu-san, can I look at your face now? I asked her just to be sure. I had already drawn a rough sketch of her face, so even if I don't see her face directly, the quality will be good enough if I use the remaining time to draw her detailed face. Oh, okay, come on. It seems that Shimizu-san has made up her mind, though I still don't know why she needs to be so determined. I'll start drawing then. I looked at Shimizu-san's face. Her face is tense and her eyes are sharp enough to kill anyone who looks at her. Please relax a little more, Shimizu-san. If I don't do this, I'll end up drawing Shimizu-san, who stares at me with a terrible fierceness. What's that? Are you saying I'm nervous? I think so. I don't know why your expression is so tense if you're not nervous. Wait a moment. Okay. Shimizu-san slowly closed her eyes for a few seconds. Then her eyes widened. How's that? Not much has changed. Are you serious? I'm not going to lie here. Gyaru. Shimizu-san has a frustrated look on her face. Fufu. What's so funny? I'm trying to be serious right now. I couldn't help but laugh, but Shimizu-san seemed to have interpreted her seriousness as being laughed at. I should clear up the misunderstanding quickly. I mean, when I first met you, I didn't expect Shimizu-san to have so many different facial expressions. I'm glad I started talking to Shimizu-san. You. Shimizu-san's face turned reddish. I actually didn't mean to say such an embarrassing thing. Do you always talk like this to everyone? Shimizu-san stares at me. I wonder what kind of person does she think I am? For me to say that, I think Shimizu-san is the first person. Then it's fine. Come on. There's not much time left, so draw me quickly. The tension in Shimizu-san's face was gone. I hurried to move my pencil before her expression changed. It's been 10 minutes. Who wants more time? I look around the art room, but I don't see anyone raising their hands. Well, it looks like everyone got it done in time. Then we'll take a short break. You can take a break until I say to start again. With that voice, the art room becomes noisy, perhaps because many of the students are paired up with other students they know. They start talking with people near them more than usual. Shimizu-san, good work. Yes, thanks for modeling for me. There were a few incidents during the session, but thanks to Shimizu-san's cooperation, in the end, I was able to complete the sketch without any problems. Are you okay? Shimizu-san looks a little tired. It seems that acting as a model for sketching is harder than I thought it would be. This is nothing. Show me your drawing. Okay, here you go. I handed my sketchbook to Shimizu-san. Shimizu-san took the sketchbook and looked at the page I had just drawn. What do you think? I like to draw, though not as much as the art club members, and I drew as much as I could in 10 minutes. But I wondered what Shimizu-san thought of my work. I think it's okay. Even from my point of view, it's easy to recognize this was me. I am relieved to hear her words. I would have had to apologize to Shimizu-san for her hard work if she had said that it did not look like her. Thank God. I'm glad you said that. But can I ask you one question? Is there anything bothering you? Why do you shade my cheeks? I was afraid of what she might ask, but I could answer that. When I was drawing Shimizu-san's face, it was red all the time, so I just lightly shaded it. Shimizu-san touched her cheeks with both hands. Apparently, she didn't realize it herself. Hondo, don't tell anyone about this. Yes? Well, okay. It seems that Shimizu-san did not want anyone to know. I'll only keep this in my memory, although I wasn't planning to tell anyone in the first place. Break is over. Next, you're going to reverse the model and the guy who's drawing, and you're going to do another 10-minute drawing. Get ready. Hearing Sensei's voice, the students in the art room begin to get ready. It's my turn to be the model. Do you have any poses you want me to do? Any position is fine. Since there were no specific instructions, I sat facing Shimizu-san with my hands on my knees. Are you ready? Let's start. I looked straight into Shimizu-san's eyes as Sensei announced the start of the session. Shimizu-san noticed my gaze and hid her face with her sketchbook. Shimizu-san, don't stare at me with such serious eyes. You're still not used to my gaze? In the end, Shimizu-san started sketching my face only after less than half of the time remained. Chapter 2, Cooking Class with Shimizu-san. Let's start talking about love again today. As soon as I took my seat in the morning, Toshiyu approached me and said to me, Toshiyu, don't you have morning practice with the soccer team? It's already done. Are we going to talk about love again? I still have a lot to ask you. It's fine. But do you really still have a lot of things to ask me? Of course, I'll tell you about me too, please. Toshiyu puts his hands together in front of his face. Toshiyu already told me who he likes, so I don't have any more questions for him. I do my usual habit of checking our surroundings. It seems that no one is listening to us. I am a little concerned that Shimizu-san is already sitting next to me, but I don't think she is listening since she is wearing earphones and fiddling with her phone. Well, whatever. So what do you want to ask me today? I already know that the type of girl Daki likes is a neat girl. This time I want to ask you what you want her to do. What do I want her to do? Yes, that's right. A healthy boy would want a girl he likes to do one or two things for him. Wouldn't he? Is that so? To be honest, it doesn't really ring a bell. That's how it is. Today we're going to let Daki's desires be exposed. Toshiya's face is covered with a smile that could best be described as a grin. How to say this? I don't know what kind of answer you're trying to get. Don't make that face. Well, I guess we're going nowhere, so I'll talk first. What I want her to do for me is to cheer for me at soccer games. Isn't it a dream for guys in the sports club to have their favorite girl cheer for them? I can understand that a little bit. I can certainly understand the feeling of wanting to be cheered on by a girl you like when you're working hard. Even though I'm not in the sports club, I'm glad you understand. I want you to think about what you want the girl you like to do for you like this. Okay, give me a moment to think about it. Okay, there's still time for homeroom, so take your time. My crush is doing something for me. I'm trying to think, but I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything. Selfless? Don't you have anything you'd like her to do for you? It's not that I don't have any particular desires, but I can't think of anything that would make me go out of my way and ask someone I like to do it for me. I have something I'd like Tayuna to do for me, though. There's no point in saying what you want your little sister to do. Gee, you're still the same as ever with Tayuno-chan. I want her to help me with my chores, even if it's just a little. You sound more like a mom rather than a brother. I have a younger sister named Tayuno who is in the 3rd grade of junior high school. Since both of our parents work and don't come home until late, I do all the housework such as cooking dinner on weekdays, and Tayuno is not very willing to help me. We get along well as siblings since we always play games and watch anime together, so I think it's just because she's too lazy to do the housework. Thinking about such a lazy sister, I thought of the answer to the question I was asked earlier. What's wrong? I have something I want her to do. Oh? What's that? I want her to cook together with me. As soon as I said that, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Shimizu-san's finger on her phone stopped for some reason. Isn't that what you want Tayuno-chan to do for you? Toshiya looked at me with a puzzled look on his face. True, I do want Tayuna to help me cook because I usually cook dinner by myself. But I also thought it'd be nice to cook with someone I liked. Since I cook dinner by myself on weekdays and my parents only cook for us on weekends, I rarely have a chance to cook with someone. So, sometimes I wanted to cook with someone. I see. I remember that in our previous love talk, you said that you wanted to do something together with the girl you like. So, from Daki's point of view, you like a girl who can cook. I guess so. Even if she's not very good at cooking, I'd be happy if she simply cooks with me. Is there something you want to cook together? I haven't really thought that far ahead, but if I were to cook with her, it would probably be a regular home-cooked meal. If I have someone to help me, I'd like to have fun cooking, so I think I'd rather cook something I'm used to. Something like curry or hamburger steak? Yeah, something like that. That's good. The fantasy is getting more concrete. For some reason, Toshiya seems to be happy to hear what I say. I look over at Shimizu-san, who is suddenly tapping her phone quickly. I wonder if she is playing some kind of rhythm music game. Daki, where are you looking? Sorry. Keep talking. Yeah, okay. But what you just said sounds more like something you want to do together rather than something you want the girl you like to do for you, which is a bit different from what I was asking. Is there anything else? What else do I want her to do? That's a tough one. I try to think of what I want Tayuna to do, but none of them seem to fit the situation. If Daki can't think of anything, maybe I should think of a situation. Right, to connect with what we were talking about earlier. How about having her cook for you? If that's the case, I'd like to help her too. Well, Daki would have done that. Toshiya closes his eyes and starts grumbling. After a few dozen seconds, he opens his eyes vigorously. No, wait. How about a homemade bento? Lunchbox. A homemade bento. Yes, that's right. Daiki always buys bread from the store for lunch, right? That's true. We are all night owls in my family and are very weak in the morning, so usually, we don't have time to make lunches. That's why I always had bread from the store for lunch. Then, Daiki probably would be interested in a bento made by the girl you like, wouldn't you? That may be true. I usually eat bread because I'm not picky about what meals I eat alone, but sometimes I envy others' lunch boxes. I think I will be happy if I get a bento from someone I like. Right. You yearn for a homemade bento from the girl you like, don't you? Toshiyo's tension is rising visibly. Sito-san's homemade bento. If there are my favorite foods in it, just imagining it would be dangerous for me. Toshiyo was so excited that he was half immersed in a fantasy world. He may have been completely unaware of it, but he casually mentioned Sito-san's name. Fortunately, people around us didn't seem to listen to our conversation. What would Daiki like in the bento? I'm thinking ginger pork. Sounds great. Our fantasies are steadily expanding. I like Sito-san whether she can cook or not, but I'd probably cry with happiness if she gave me a homemade bento. Apparently, Toshiyo's love for Sito-san is quite deep. I have no experience of liking someone that much, so I admire and respect him. I won't tell him though, because he might get carried away. It would be nice if she could make me lunch. Yeah. It's one of the dreams that I want to make come true. Toshiya is always serious when discussing his dreams, so I guess he intends to make this dream come true as much as possible. While I was thinking like this, the doorbell rang to announce 5 minutes before homeroom. Hey, is it that late already? I guess we're out of time. Too bad, because I still have a lot to talk about. I guess I'd better go back. Toshiya reluctantly walked to his seat. I looked around and saw Shimizu-san tapping her phone eagerly. Is she still playing the rhythm game? It's almost homeroom, so she'd better put her phone away. As I was wondering whether I should tell Shimizu-san so or not, Toshiya came back to my seat. I just remembered that Daiki's wish to cook with someone will come true tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow? Oh, at first, I didn't understand what he meant, but then I looked at the timetable and remembered. Right. It's a cooking class. He's right. Tomorrow is a cooking class. One of the few times I get to cook with my classmates. Section. Damn. I could have had Sito-san's homemade cooking if I was in the same group with her. The cooking class work is divided among the group members, so I don't know if you can call it Sito-san's homemade cooking. Or rather, Toshiya, why don't you go to your own group? On the day of the cooking class, Toshiya was sitting next to me, wearing an apron and lamenting his misfortune. He seemed to be really disappointed. Daiki, aren't you a little cold? Your friend is grieving, so please comfort him. I could easily damage Toshiya's mental state if I did not choose my words carefully. I put on my apron and let my brain run to the limit. Toshiya wanted Sito-san to cook for you, didn't you? If that's the case, then the food in this cooking class is a little different. Even if you can't eat it now, I think the food she made by herself later would be more meaningful for Toshiya. Daiki. Toshiya's face lit up. You're right. It's more meaningful to have her cook by herself for me. I feel better. Thanks Daiki. I'm glad you're feeling better. Just when I thought the matter was settled, the door to the kitchen rattled open with a bang. It was Shimizu-san. What was Shimizu-san doing here? You idiot. Shimizu-san will hear you. The classmates in the kitchen were in an uproar. Why were they so surprised? It's because Shimizu-san seldom comes to the cooking class. She has never been seen in a class where she has to cooperate with others, especially in the cooking classes. Even among the well-informed people, there seems to be a difference of opinion as to why Shimizu-san was able to advance to the next grade. Daiki, I'm going to my group. When I turned my head to the side, Toshiya was already gone, and Shimizu-san was standing near me instead. Just like my other classmates, I guess Toshiya was also afraid of Shimizu-san, so he ran away to his own group. The seating positions in the cooking class correspond to those in the classroom. Therefore, Shimizu-san and I are members of the same group, but I had forgotten about it because Shimizu-san had never come to the cooking class until now. I looked at Shimizu-san, who was standing next to me. Shimizu-san. What is it? Shimizu-san, who had finished putting on her apron, turned to me and stared at me. "We're in the same group, so let's work hard together today. Also, that apron looks very good on you." I was slightly surprised to see Shimizu-san, but it was the usual Shimizu-san. As I was relieved, the home economics teacher entered the kitchen. He looked surprised at the presence of Shimizu-san for a moment, but his expression immediately returned to normal. "All right, I see that everyone is dressed and waiting for me today. As I told you before, you are going to cook stir-fried meat and vegetables. Please divide the role to each group's member and cook safely." "Yes," voices echo in the kitchen. Thus we followed the teacher's instructions and began to prepare for the cooking. It had been for some time since we started the cooking class, and our group had reached the stage of cutting the ingredients. Who was in charge of cutting the ingredients? "It's only me." I answer Konno's question, who is sitting in front of me in the classroom. Shouldn't two people be in charge of cutting the food?" There weren't many people in our group, so I am the only one who cuts the food. Come to think of it, that's right. To be precise, the number of people in our group is the same as the other groups. However, we always assume it was reduced by one because Shimizu-san was usually absent. Shimizu-san? Is there a problem? Shimizu-san's sudden remark made Konno surprised and he panicked. What's wrong? I'll do it too. Yes? Konno looks like he just heard something unbelievable. I said I'd cut the food too. If it's a two-person job, why not have me do it? Besides, if I don't do anything, I will be treated as a slacker. She spoke rather quickly, but I guess she meant that Shimizu-san would help me cut the ingredients. However, there is one thing I am concerned about. I'm glad you will help me, but have you ever used a knife, Shimizu-san? No problem. What's with this pause before her answer? I felt an inexpressible anxiety. I'll ask you again, Shimizu-san. Can you use a kitchen knife properly? It's not a problem. I asked again, but the pause before her answer did not disappear. I tried to make eye contact with Shimizu-san, but she turned her head away from me. It makes me nervous, but I want to respect her desire to do what she wants to do. I get it. Is that okay with you guys? I checked with the other members of the group, and they all nodded their heads in agreement. Some of them looked relieved. Perhaps they don't want to do the same work with Shimizu-san. Then it's decided. Let's work hard together, Shimizu-san. Why yes. Thus, Shimizu-san helped me with the task of cutting the ingredients, which I was the only one in charge of. Shimizu-san, first of all, can you cut the cabbage into an appropriate size? Okay. There are 4 kinds of ingredients to be cut this time: cabbage, onions, carrots, and pork ribs. I had a little trouble deciding which one to ask Shimizu-san to cut first, but I decided to ask her to cut the cabbage first. What should I cut first? I should cut the pork belly last and start with the carrot, which is hard and difficult to cut. Thinking about this, I turned to Shimizu-san, who was staring at the cabbage with a knife in her hand. Shimizu-san? Can you put the knife down for a moment? Okay. Shimizu-san follows my instruction with a question mark on her head. I look around. Fortunately, our classmates seem to be too absorbed in their work or conversation to look at her. That was dangerous. If someone had seen how Shimizu-san was holding the knife, they might have screamed. I want to ask Shimizu-san, what were you trying to do earlier? Didn't you tell me to cut a piece of cabbage? Shimizu-san looked at me strangely. I did say that. But why were you holding the knife like that? The way I hold it? Yes. When you cut cabbage or anything, you basically hold it like this. I hold the knife normally and show it to Shimizu-san. Shimizu-san stared at the way I held the knife, and at the same time, her face turned red rapidly. I was nervous. I usually hold it like that. It's true that cooking in front of other people can make you nervous. I put the knife back on the table. I have never seen a person hold a knife upside down because of nervousness, but now I know there are people like that in the world. I was just a little nervous. Now that I know how to hold it, can I cut the cabbage? Okay. If you have any questions, just ask me. All right. Shimizu-san held the knife normally this time and grabbed a cabbage with her other hand. Then she brought the knife blade close to the edge of the cabbage. Shimizu-san, stop. Hold on for a second. What now? Shimizu-san puts down the knife again with a look of puzzlement on her face. I'd like to say a lot of things. But first of all, how were you going to cut the cabbage? Cabbage is usually shredded, right? Her eyes were clear, and I immediately knew she was not joking. That notion is not wrong. But this time it's not shredded because it's used for stir-fried meat and vegetables. Is that so? If I hadn't been looking at Shimizu-san, my group would have ended up with stir-fried meat and vegetables with shredded cabbage. Then how big do I need to cut it? I'll cut the cabbage and show you how big to cut it later. Now, I'll tell you how to cut the cabbage. First, cut it in half because if you cut it as it is, it will be round, unstable, and dangerous. I see. I guess she didn't know that either. I'm really glad I found it before she got hurt. I know how to cut it. Can I cut the cabbage now? Yes. Be careful when you cut it. Shimizu-san holds the knife again for the third time. I was getting nervous as I watched her. Shimizu-san held the cabbage firmly with her left hand, put the knife in the middle of the cabbage, and cut it into 2 pieces without any difficulty. Is this okay? Shimizu-san looked somewhat uneasy. It might be because I pointed out her mistake twice. Yes, it's fine. It's a clean cut. I see. That's good. Shimizu-san looks relieved. I think her face looks a little reddish. All right. Let's keep going like this. Oh, okay. I gave her some more advice, and then Shimizu-san managed to finish cutting the cabbage. Next, onions. Shimizu-san's expression was somewhat uneasy. Now that the cabbage is done, the onions will be fine too. I had already cut the carrots and pork ribs, so our work would be finished when the onions were cut. Then I'll cut them. Right, I didn't tell her earlier, but I should teach her how to adjust her hand when she uses a knife. Shimizu-san, do you know what a cat's paw is? Cat's paw? When you use a knife, the hand that is holding on to the food should be shaped like a cat's paw so that you don't accidentally cut yourself. What shape should a cat's paw look like? Of course, the fingers should be lightly folded, but I think it's hard to convey the idea just by saying it to her. I made my left hand into a cat's paw and held it out in front of Shimizu-san. This is the cat's paw. Shimizu-san, try it too. Shimizu-san looked at my hand and made her left hand into a cat's paw with a stiff movement. Like this? To see the shape of her own hand, Shimizu-san seems to be posing like a cat instead because she puts her cat's paw next to her face. I think she is completely unaware of it, but I don't want to say anything about it because she might get angry if I do. Hey, is this wrong? No, that's okay, I reply hurriedly. I hope my thoughts didn't get across to her. Be careful when you cut it. And don't forget the cat's paw. Yes. Shimizu-san's knife was lowered to the halved onion. I'll cut it. Is that okay? Yeah, it's fine, but you might want to reposition the cat's hand slightly to make it safer for you. Where should I put my hand? I don't think she can understand it if I tell her to put the tip of her folded middle and index finger of her left hand on the belly of the knife. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it would be faster to show it to her directly. I'm going to cut some onions, so can you watch me? Yes. Then I tried several times to explain to Shimizu-san how to cut the onions, but she did not completely understand it. What to do? I kind of know I'm wrong, but I don't know what the right answer is. Words are difficult. I think she can't get the message just by looking at me. Then the only way left is to actually experience it. Shimizu-san, let me touch your hand for a moment. Before I could finish, Shimizu-san quickly put down the knife and pulled her hands away. Why you? What are you trying to do to me? I was going to hold Shimizu-san's hand to show you where to put your cat's paw. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I didn't really mind touching others, but I guess there are many people who don't like to be touched by others. Shimizu-san, I apologize. It's not that I dislike it. Shimizu-san seemed to have said something, but I couldn't catch her low voice. Fine. Shimizu-san, I said it's fine. So touch my hand and teach me. Are you sure? I'm not going to repeat myself. Just show me how to do it now. Shimizu-san is much more innocent than I thought. If you say so, I'll not hesitate. I get it. If Shimizu-san is okay with it, then I'll do that. I moved quickly behind Shimizu-san. Shimizu-san, I'll touch you. Bring it on. I slowly put my hand on top of Shimizu-san's hand. Higher, I heard an unexpected scream, and the eyes of the group members were immediately drawn to us. I'm not for show. Shimizu-san glares at the other group members around us. With her voice as a trigger, everyone's gazes quickly scattered. It seems that they are going to pretend that they did not hear her scream earlier. Are you okay? Shimizu-san, are you sure you're not overexerting yourself? No problem. I was just caught off guard earlier. I'm not going to let my guard down again. All right, I'll do it again. I don't think I can catch her off guard if I touched her after I said I would touch her. But if she says so, I guess that's how it is. I touched Shimizu-san's hand again, but there was no scream this time. So what do you want me to do? Shimizu-san's voice was a little quieter than before for some reason. I can't see her expression because I was behind Shimizu-san, but I wonder if it is my imagination that her ears seem to be tinted a little vermilion. Take the knife. Then put the knife on the part of the onion you want to cut. Okay. Shimizu-san placed the knife on the part she was going to cut next, as I instructed. Then, put your hand here. I moved Shimizu-san's left hand over the onion. Okay, let's cut it then. If my hand is in the way, should I let go? Keep it this way. With that, Shimizu-san lowered the blade of her knife and successfully cut the onion. That's good. Do you know what to do next? The knife is there, so my left hand is here. Shimizu-san moves her left hand along with mine. Yes, I think that's good. Once you know that, I think you're good to go. Not a hindrance. What? I said it's not a hindrance, so just leave it as it is. Ah, okay. I understand. I'm unsure how Shimizu-san feels, but she may still have some anxiety about using the knife. I have decided to continue assisting her until Shimizu-san says she no longer needs it. I guess I'll keep doing this. Yes, here I go. Her voice sounded a little happy. With that voice, the knife started to move. Is this okay? Yep. That's fine. Shimizu-san checks with me as she proceeds with the work little by little. While she was stopping the knife, I suddenly looked at Shimizu-san's ear, which was as red as a tomato. Shimizu-san, are you okay? Your ears are red. Huh? It's not red. No, it's red. I don't have a mirror, so I can't show you now. Ah, that's because. Despite being so close, Shimizu-san's whisper didn't reach my ears. Anyway, I'm fine. Come on, we're late, so let's do this quickly. It's fine if Shimizu-san is okay. Let's resume our work then. In the end, my hand did not leave Shimizu-san's until we finished cutting the onions. Shimizu-san, I'm glad our stir-fried meat and vegetables tasted good. During the lunch break after the cooking class, we ate the stir-fried meat and vegetables we had prepared. After Shimizu-san and I cut the ingredients, the rest of the group members did a good job of stir-frying and seasoning the meat and vegetables, and the stir-fry turned out fine. Well, I guess it's pretty good. Shimizu-san, eating next to me, seemed satisfied with the stir-fried meat and vegetable quality. I'm glad to hear that. Hondo, can I ask you one thing? Shimizu-san, who had finished her stir-fry, turned her face toward me. What is it? How was it cooking with me? I wondered what she meant by this question. Then I looked at Shimizu-san's face again, and there was a subtle sign of anxiety on her face. Perhaps Shimizu-san felt that she had not been of any help. How should I answer her and get rid of her anxiety? To be honest, I was quite scared at first. I was afraid that Shimizu-san might hurt herself. Ugh. Shimizu-san turned her eyes away from me as if she had something on her mind. But I was happy that Shimizu-san cooked with me until the end. Shimizu-san turns her head toward me, and our eyes meet. Shimizu-san worked very hard, and it was a lot of fun working with you. If you don't mind, will you cook with me again during the next cooking class? I ended up saying out loud everything I was thinking. I wonder what Shimizu-san thinks about it. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Shimizu-san opened her mouth. If you insist that much, we can do it together again next time. Fufu ahaha. Why are you laughing? Oh, gosh, I couldn't hold back my laughter. No, I was afraid you'd say no. Well, I'm looking forward to the next time, Shimizu-san. Oh, okay, it can't be helped. Shimizu-san replied while crossing her arms. I think I was looking forward to the next cooking lesson a little more than usual. Chapter 3, Shimizu-san's Bento. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I say this unintentionally, without trying to tell anyone as I lie down on the pillows in my room. Then I sat on my bed and thought about today's cooking class. The purpose of going to today's cooking class was to cook with that man Daiki Hondo. Since we were in the same group, the opportunity to cook together was easier than I thought. My original plan was to show that I am a good cook in the process of working together. What I did not calculate was that Hondo was more experienced in cooking than I had expected, and my cooking skills were quite terrible. I had no idea there was that much of a gap between us. It is true that I usually did not cook at home and had skipped the previous cooking classes, so I was called in later to cook together with the home economics teacher. But before I started cooking with him, I thought that cutting with a knife would be a piece of cake. As a result, Hondo was teaching me the whole time, and I could not show him that I could cook. However, even though it was very different from my initial assumption, what happened last time is still a very good thing for me. His hands were rougher than I thought they would be. Remembering last time, I shake my head from side to side. Was it because Hondo's hands were rugged and more masculine than I had expected? The only other experience I have of being touched by the opposite sex is the memory of being touched by my father when I was a child, but that doesn't really count. He said he was happy to cook with me. Groaning, I roll around on the bed again. Hondo must have said that he was happy to cook with anyone. What got me so excited to hear just one comment from Hondo? I slap my cheeks with my hands. What's done is done. The important thing is how to get back on track. Somehow, I must show him that I am not a bad cook. The question is how. Since there will be no more cooking classes for a while, I need to make some other opportunity. As I was thinking about how to do that and looking at the notes I had written down on my phone, I remembered the love talk that Hondo and Matsuko had before. Then, Daiki probably would be interested in a bento made by the girl you like, wouldn't you? That may be true. When Matsuko asked Hondo if he was interested in a homemade bento, he answered yes. If so, I could kill two birds with one stone by making a bento and giving it to Hondo, which would make him happy and also show off my cooking skills. I thought I had come up with a good idea, but at the same time, a certain problem arose. Wouldn't it seem strange if I suddenly gave him a homemade bento? I have seen a scene in the manga where a girl gives her favorite boy a homemade bento, but I wonder if it is actually happening in real life. At least, I don't remember seeing it. Maybe it is happening in real life, but I just don't know it. I thought it was difficult to make a judgment by myself, so I decided to ask someone else's opinion. Hey, AI, are you there? I leave my room and come to the next room, knocking on the door and talking to the room owner. Then I heard footsteps from inside, and the door slowly opened. Ha, Kay, what's wrong? My sister, AI, the owner of this room, looked at me curiously through the door. I wanted to ask you a few questions. What? It's so rare that Kay has a question for me. Maybe something will fall from the sky tomorrow? For now, let's go inside my room. I have snacks. Come on, come in. Come in. Too noisy. Get your hands off me. I shake off AI's hand as she tries to drag me into the room. AI's machine gun talk is still so annoying to me. I'm already beginning to regret coming to my sister for help. I told you it was just a few questions. It's fine to talk right here. You sure? Mom and Dad might hear us in the hallway. Is it okay for them to hear? Ugh. I'm not saying it's wrong for them to hear this, but the fewer people who know about this story, the better. I'll leave as soon as we're done talking. Of course. Let me show Kay to my room. AI happily grabbed my arm and pulled me inside the room. Then, what do you want to ask this good-looking, academically talented student council vice president? Don't call yourself good-looking. Also, you're not that good academically. Now, AI and I were sitting across from each other at the mini table. I had hardly been to AI's room since I became a high school student. It did not seem to have changed that much since then. The room was filled with comics, games, and stuffed animals. As I said before, I want to ask you something. What is it? The secret to being as bright, dainty, and beautiful as me? I'll leave. I'm kidding. It was a simple joke. I would love to hear your story. The next time you make fun of me, I'll leave for real. Roger. I understand. AI pauses to salute. I wonder if I will be able to hear the answer to my question before I return to the room. You know, What would AI think if someone suddenly handed you a bento? Does that mean Kay gave it to someone? No, I mean, I got a bento from a guy I usually talk to. Huh, but why all of a sudden? Is it strange to suddenly give a homemade bento to someone of the opposite sex? I may have to rethink my strategy from the very beginning. I got it. It was helpful. I'll return. As I get up to leave, AI grabs me firmly by the arm. Wait a minute. I don't understand the whole story, and at this rate, I can't sleep if I don't. Why don't you tell me more about it? Don't worry, I won't let you down. I don't know what she's trying to understand from the previous question, and I don't know if I can tell her everything. To be honest, I feel uneasy, but it's also true that I'm stuck on my own. I won't tell you everything. Don't worry. I'm an ultra-hyper beautiful girl who knows 1,000 things when she hears one thing. Then you should know everything from the question I asked earlier. I sighed in my mind and started to explain to AI. Well, you mean Kay wants to show off her cooking skills to the boy who took care of her? And for that purpose, she wants to make a bento and give it to him. That's about it in a nutshell. After a few minutes of explanation, I succeeded in conveying my purpose while hiding Hondo's name and some of the past events. That's okay, isn't it? Why don't you give it a try? Didn't you say? Why all of a sudden? Earlier, you said it was because you suddenly got a bento from a boy, right? It would have a very different meaning if Kay had told me something like this earlier. What's the difference? A handmade bento from a girl is a boy's dream. It's the kind of thing they want to get at any cost. Is that so? I think Matsuoka said something like that, but I can't quite figure it out why. Yes, that's right. And it would be a waste if Kay wanted to do it, but she doesn't try. Let's run through our once-in-a-lifetime youth event at full speed. Yes. I can't hide my bewilderment at AI's vigor. I don't know why AI is more motivated than I am, but I am glad to hear her positive attitude. However, I still have some concerns. Even if I make it, won't it be hard to give it to him without a reason? You could say it's a thank you for helping you in the previous cooking class. I see. That's an idea I hadn't thought of. So, do you already know what you want to cook? No, I haven't decided yet. I would like to include ginger pork, which Hondo said he would be happy to see in the bento, but the other dish are still undecided. Then we'll have to start from there. I'm starting to look forward to it. What's that? Of course I'm going to help Kay make her bento. AI looked at me as if to express it's obvious. I can make the bento by myself. Hey, have you forgotten the story of how you had to depend on that guy during the cooking class? It brings back memories of Hondo teaching me how to use a knife many times during cooking class. I'm the only one who can help you in the mornings because Mom is probably busy. My support isn't free of charge, but this time, One-chan is offering a special service. Don't talk like a mail-order salesman. My bad, I just couldn't resist. Anyway, I think your success rate will be totally different with or without my support. Don't you think? I make sweets in my spare time. I'm sure I can be of some help. AI may be joking around, but she has much more experience in cooking than I do. If I want to give Hondo a high-quality bento, I think I have no choice but to rely on her. Can you get up early in the morning? That's no big deal for a sister like this. AI. If Kay says, please, sis, and a guy One-chan, I'll help you for days. Who would say such a thing? I don't remember ever saying something like that in my life. One word, just one word. Please. AI rubs her hands together. Maybe she won't stop until I say it. Please, sis. There you go. So cute. Alright. This One-chan will go all out for you. I want to disappear. I want to leave here as soon as possible. Then even though my motivation has been severely sapped from the get-go, I start preparing to make a bento with AI. Hey, isn't Shimizu-san in an even worse mood today? You think so too? I heard a rumor that she got into a fight with someone from another school and hurt her hand. Maybe you're right. Shimizu-san dyed her hair black and never skipped class, so I thought she had become more serious, but she was still the same as before. My classmates are whispering about me, but I don't have the energy to look at them. It's all because of my homemade bento. This is the worst. The bento is ready. AI, who helped me, lost her trademark smile, but it was complete. The problem was the quality. The egg omelette turned out to be a mysterious blackened entity, which anyone could not tell whether it was the soy sauce or the burn, and Hondo's favorite ginger pork turned out to be a blackened entity as well. This time, despite AI's support, I cut my fingers several times with a knife. And although the wounds were shallow, I made AI worry about me a lot. The finished bento was not something that I could give to others. At first, I wanted to eat the homemade bento by myself, but AI, feeling responsible for me, suggested that we split it in half. Thanks to her suggestion, I was able to finish the bento, but my stomach got a bit queasy. To tell the truth, cooking skills were more than I had expected. AI said to me afterward with dead eyes. "Good morning, Shimizu-san." "Morning." As I recalled today's morning incident, Hondo sat next to me before I knew it. I know that Hondo is innocent, but I feel my brows subconsciously wrinkled because of my bento failure this morning. Shimizu-san, did I do something wrong?" Perhaps seeing my face, Hondo made a troubled smile at me. "You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, Hondo did not do anything to make me angry. I'm angry because of my own problem." "If that's the case, did you have any trouble?" "If you don't mind, I'll listen to you." "There's no problem. Of course I can't tell him I'm depressed because I made a homemade bento for him and it didn't work out." "Well, okay." "Shimizu-san, you hurt your hand. Are you okay?" I quickly hid my hand, but it was too late. I was completely careless. "I'll have to think of an excuse. I've been going through some stuff. It's not a deep cut, so don't worry about it." "I see. But please take care of yourself." It was a poor excuse, but Hondo seemed to accept it. I felt relieved, but then, I began to feel sleepy, perhaps as a reaction to having woken up earlier than usual. "I'm going to sleep now, so don't wake me up." "Yes, I'll only wake you up when Sensei almost comes." "I told you, you don't have to wake me up." Usually, we would argue about whether or not to wake me up, but I guess I was mentally exhausted after making bento from early in the morning, and I let go of my consciousness early today. During the lunch break, I finished my lunch early and had nothing particular to do, so I lay down on my desk. I could hear Hondo and Matsuoka talking to each other from the seat next to me. I really wanted to eat Sito-san's homemade cooking. "Toshiya, are you still hung up on what happened during the cooking class?" At that time, I thought I had come to terms with it. But wouldn't every guy want to eat the homemade cooking of a girl he likes? I think the subject is a bit too big, but you're probably right. It's rare to have the chance to eat the food made by a girl you like, and I think it will make anyone happy. It seems that Hondo is also interested in home-cooked food from the opposite sex. Good. It means I'm making the right effort in the right direction. Right? I wonder if Sito-san will make homemade bento and give it to me. At this point, it's more of a fantasy rather than an imagination. Perhaps because they are close friends, Hondo can sometimes be blunt with Matsuoka. I don't care if it's fantasy or imagination. I'll definitely make it a reality later. Good luck with that. Yeah, I mean, even if it's not the home-cooked food of someone you like, there's something nice about someone else's homemade food. Agreed. It's good to cook by yourself, but there's something special about having someone else cook for me. This is good information. It means they would feel happy to have someone else cook for them, even if it is not from the person they like. Speaking of which, I was just wondering, when we were talking about love before, did Daiki ever think of making your own bento? Matsuoka suddenly questioned Hondo. I thought about it, but in the end, I gave up because I couldn't get up early in the morning. I see. So you'll have to rely on the school store for the time being. I guess so, but when we talked about bento before, I got a little curious and wanted to try making one if I wake up early next time. I was just casually listening to him. And now I'm in big trouble. There is a world of difference in cooking skills between Hondo and me. If Hondo made his own bento, it would be somewhat difficult for me to give it to him later. I had thought that I could give him the bento later when I was satisfied with it after some practice, but now I realized that I needed to hurry up and finish the bento. Hey, Shimizu-san has been in a bad mood for the past week or so. Do you know why? I've heard a rumor that the scar on her hand is increasing day by day cause she has been fighting with students from other schools every day. There is a theory is that someone has made Shimizu-san upset and some other theories, but I don't know which one is correct. The only thing I know is that we should never get involved with Shimizu-san in that state. I agree. I'll be careful too. I can feel my classmates gossiping about me in the corner of the classroom, but I don't have the energy to respond. It's been a week since I started making bento, and to tell the truth, I'm still not satisfied with my bento. No matter how carefully AI taught me every morning, my cooking skills did not improve, and even though my mother began to teach me a few days ago, the result remained the same. As I continued to eat the bento's failed dishes day after day, both AI and I gradually lost heart. I had no idea my cooking skills were this bad. No one had the energy to eat the failed dishes this morning, so I packed them in a bento box and brought them for today's lunch. It would be difficult for me and bad for AI to continue making bento any longer. I decided to stop making bento from today. At lunchtime, I take out from my bag the bento that my mother made and the bento that I made myself. I have to eat both of them during my lunch break. I feel like sighing. Sigh. The voice wasn't mine. I turned toward the voice, and I saw Hondo resting his chin on his hand, looking absent-minded. What's wrong? You got such a gloomy look on your face. I was curious and couldn't help but ask since Hondo rarely sighed like that. Sorry, Shimizu-san. No need to be sorry, but what's going on? Since I took the initiative to talk to him, I wanted to at least know the reason for his sigh. Well, I forgot something today. What did you forget? My wallet. Thanks to that, I couldn't buy lunch. I was wondering what I should do. Indeed, looking at Hondo's desk, there is no bread, which he usually eats during lunch break, but if that's the only problem, the solution is simple. If it's just a matter of money, why don't you borrow some from Matsuoka? He can at least lend you some money for lunch. Matsuoka should be the first person Hondo would turn to in this situation. That's true. Toshiya would have lent me the money if he was around, but he's away during the lunch break because there is a soccer club meeting today. I wish I could have realized that I had forgotten my wallet before Toshiya left. I looked around the classroom, and Matsuoka was nowhere to be seen. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I guess I won't have lunch today. I'm sorry for worrying you, Shimizu-san. I'm not worried about you. That's good then. The conversation was interrupted. As a high school boy, Hondo probably had a big appetite, and it must be tough for him to skip lunch. I thought about it while looking at my own desk, and there were 2 bento boxes there. Yes, that's right. I have 2 bento today. This is an unexpected opportunity for me. Hey, Hondo. What's wrong? Hondo turned his gaze again towards me. Without making eye contact, I placed a bento on Hondo's desk. Shimizu-san, what is this bento for? Take it. Huh? I mean, I'm giving you this bento. Hondo seemed to want to ask why. I appreciate it, but then you won't have a bento. I have another one for me. I pointed at the other bento on my desk. That's true. Then, whose bento is this? It doesn't matter whose it is. Look, I'm only giving you this because I want to repay you for taking care of me during cooking class. Besides, I can't finish 2 bentos by myself, so you don't have to worry about it. A question mark floats over Hondo's head. I guess he doesn't understand why I have 2 bento. I can't tell him that I brought a failed handmade bento that I wanted to give you. If there is one for Shimizu-san, then okay. Thank you very much. I'll gladly accept it. Yes. Hondo did not seem completely convinced, but when he saw that I had another one, he decided to take the bento. Then I realized who made the bento that I gave Hondo. Both the bento I made and the bento my mother made for me were the same shape and color, and without looking inside, I could not tell which bento it was. Therefore, I couldn't determine which bento I gave to Hondo. While I was panicking, I saw Hondo was about to open the bento. I don't see other people's bento very often, so this is exciting. He casually checks the contents of the bento from the side. The bento I gave Hondo was definitely the one I had made. It's all over now. I thought I heard my heart snap. My blackened mass dishes were now perfectly in Hondo's sight. I was tempted to take the bento away from Hondo immediately, but my remaining speck of rationality held me back. It wouldn't be appropriate to give it to him and then immediately take it back. Can I try it immediately? Shimizu-san, Hondo called out to me, unaware of my internal struggle. Even now, I want to ask him to swap bento, but at the same time, I also want him to eat my cooking. Two factions are fighting in my brain. Yes, in the end, I decided to let him eat the bento I made. Thank you. Then, itadaki monsieur. Hondo picked up his chopsticks, undaunted by the disastrous black color of the dishes. After a few moments of deliberation, he reached for the black tamagoyaki that I had been making every day for the past week and brought it into his mouth. I looked at Hondo's face but I did not see any significant change. That's strange, because this is one of the most dreadful dishes that could steal my family member's smile. As I was staring at him, Hondo turned his head toward me, perhaps sensing my gaze. What's wrong? Did you want to try this bento too? I wondered if Hondo thought I was a person who liked to eat. No. I was just wondering what dish you would start with. Indeed, people said that how someone starts eating their bento can show their personality. I kind of started with the tamagoyaki first. To my astonishment, Hondo seemed to recognize the blackened mass as a tamagoyaki before eating it. I've never had tamagoyaki made by someone other than my family, but this tamagoyaki has an interesting flavor. You say it's interesting. Is that what you think of that food? Well, I guess it's better than being told it's bad. Or he forced himself to tell me it's good. I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have. It was a tamagoyaki with a taste I'd never had before, so I didn't know how to describe it. It's fine. I'll let you know if I can think of another way to describe it. With that, Hondo resumed eating. As I ate the bento my mother had prepared for me, I glanced sideways to check on Hondo. The next dish Hondo chose was ginger pork, another dish I have been trying every morning for the past week. Although there are other dishes in his bento that I feel turned out better, why did he prioritize eating the ones that I thought I didn't do particularly well? At least eat the other dishes until I'm mentally prepared. Shimizu-san, it's hard for me to eat with you staring at me like that. Hondo, are you okay? Are you forcing yourself to eat that? I just said what I was thinking. I'm a little scared of that question. Does this ginger pork have any seasonings that you normally don't put in? I didn't put anything like that, but I mean, Hondo, did you really feel nothing after eating the ginger pork? When I tasted it for the first time, she told me that ginger pork could express despair. I don't know. I like ginger pork, so I ate it with anticipation. As I have heard before, Hondo seems to have been a ginger pork lover. But that's not the answer I want to hear now. If you don't like it, you can say it tastes bad. Why? I wouldn't say that. Especially after you gave me the bento you made, Shimizu-san. Why did you think I made it? Since I did not say that I made the bento before, anyone would think that my parents made it. I wonder where Hondo got the idea. Because Shimizu-san, when I asked you if there was anything in the ginger pork, you assured me there was not, right? I thought this was something Shimizu-san wouldn't have said if she wasn't making this ginger pork, but that's not enough evidence, is it? Also, you said earlier that it's okay to say it's bad if I think it's bad. I don't think Shimizu-san would have said that if she didn't make it herself. I want to make excuses, but I have a feeling that a bad lie will be exposed immediately. I guess I'm right. Anyway, a bento that you worked so hard to make. Are you sure you're okay with me eating it, Shimizu-san? What should I do? Should I just tell him the truth? I made that bento because I wanted Hondo to eat it, and I'm glad you ate it. No, just the thought of saying it makes me want to disappear in embarrassment. Silence fell between Hondo and me. Shimizu-san? Hondo breaks the silence, perhaps feeling puzzled about my lack of response. Worry? What? I said don't worry about it. That bento was just something I wanted to make on a whim, and I gave it to you because I didn't think I could eat it all by myself today. Is it a whim to keep cooking for a week? Hondo hits a sore spot. I think he was just expressing his doubts, but it made me wonder if I unintentionally said something important. How did you know I've been making bento for a week? I hurriedly tried to cut my words off mid-sentence, but Hondo seemed to already know the answer. Hondo points to my hand covered in band-aids. You put that band-aid on your hand because you injured your finger when you cooked, right? At first, I didn't understand why you were injured, but after seeing today's bento, I finally understood. Hondo, unlike the rest of my classmates, did not think I had been injured in the fight. An indescribable, itchy feeling growing inside of me. Shimizu-san? Hey? I was so shaken by Hondo's words I had abandoned the thought of explaining the reason why I'd been making bentos for a week. I hurriedly tried to think, but nothing came to mind immediately. I decided to push my way through with momentum. It doesn't matter when I started making bento. Anyway, there's no specific reason why I gave you that bento. Got it? Okay. Well then, it's fine if Shimizu-san says so. Hondo seems to have decided not to pursue the matter any further. If you understand, then eat it quickly. Yes. Thank you very much. After that, Hondo continued to eat the bento silently and eventually finished it. Thank you very much for the food. Give me the bento box when you're done. I reached toward Hondo and urged him to hand over the bento box. I'd like to wash it and return it later. I told you it's because I can't eat 2 bento all by myself, and this bento was a thank you for the cooking class. Of course I'll be doing you a favor to the end. Okay. Shimizu-san, thank you again for the food. With that, Hondo handed me the package containing the bento box. Yes. And, can I say one more thing? What is it? I slightly tensed up when he asked me something like this. I'm really grateful for the bento today. I forgot my wallet and was in real trouble, so it was a big help for me. I was happy to have the bento that Shimizu-san made. Next time, I'll do something for you as thanks. I was happy. I was happy. I was happy. The words play over and over in my head. I felt that Hondo had affirmed that the hard, grueling, and hellish week up to today had not been in vain. Are you okay, Shimizu-san? Hondo's words brought me to my senses. It seemed that I had been so moved that my consciousness had wandered far away. No need to thank me. Just what? If I ever make bento again on a whim, eat it. Hondo looked surprised for a moment, then quickly returned to smiling. Yes, then, I'll be looking forward to it. Inside my heart, I did a fist pump, victory gesture. Chapter 4, Shimizu Sisters Love Talk. I heard about that. On the night of the day I handed over the bento, I suddenly intruded into my room as I pondered over Hondo's words. Who told you what? Besides, I always told you not to enter my room without permission. That's not important. Because Kay and I have a special relationship. Don't you know the saying there are manners even among close friends? Kay, you think of me as a close friend. I'm so happy. Shut up. So, what did you hear? Since I couldn't see any way for AI to quiet down if we continued arguing like this, I decided to listen to what she had to say for now. Right. Kay, I heard that you handed over the bento. Who did you hear that from? My classmates must be the only ones who know about it. It's a secret, but my collaborator is also in K's class. That's all. AI answers with a proud expression, puffing out her unnecessarily large chest. I've known for a while that AI has a wide circle of friends, but I didn't know she also knew someone in my class. Well, that doesn't matter now. All I care about is that K has found someone she's interested in. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. The story's already exposed, you know. AI is grinning at me with her arms folded. If I didn't have the restraint of reason, I would have given her a good job. What's the big deal? Handing over the bento was just a gesture of gratitude. I didn't know you were going to say it like that. AI kept her arms folded and swayed her upper body from side to side. Are you saying I'm lying? No. I wouldn't go that far. I'm just wondering, what kind of gratitude was it? What do you mean? It was for the cooking class. Right. That's it. AI unfolded her arms and pointed straight at me. Shimizu-san, I heard about you. I heard that you attended the last cooking class without skipping it. So what? It's not like attending classes is not allowed. It's allowed, or rather, it is natural to attend the class. Of course, but why did you suddenly attend the cooking class? I was very curious. So I asked for more details about it and found something surprising. What did you find out? I was so upset that it was reflected in my voice. San, I heard you were cooking with a certain boy. That's because we were assigned together. That's not all. An eyewitness testimony tells that the boy took your hand and guided you when you used a knife. Was someone watching us at that time? To be honest, I was so absorbed in the task that I didn't have time to care about what other people were looking at. You, who usually don't easily let others into your heart, to allow him to do that, he must be a special person to you, isn't he? Am I wrong? It's easy to say no, but my sister, Anne, will unlikely be satisfied with that answer. Furthermore, the person you handed the homemade bento to seems to be him as well, and perhaps he is also the reason why you suddenly dyed your hair black. Why is it that my sister, who usually whines about how difficult it is to study, is so sharp at times like this? I take it that not denying is an affirmation? Right, huh? Can you say that again? That's right. You got a problem with that? Realizing there was no way out, I gave up making excuses and decided to admit it. You finally admitted it. I'm so touched that Kay has found someone she likes. I'm about to cry. You're lying. He. Don't cover it up with laughing. My sister has a bad habit of laughing while trying to find a way to fix the situation when she's in trouble. Sorry. So what he's like? You should know a little bit about him too, don't you? If there's her collaborator in our class, I must know a little about Hondo. The information from others and the person themselves can be quite different. I want to hear directly from you. I'm not going to answer that question. Why not? Even though I'm your older sister, I also have a lot of life experience, you know? I can help you with your love life. Okay? You're only 1 year older than me when it comes to life experience. And as far as romantic experience goes, you don't have any either. Ai is popular with both men and women because of her cheerful personality and, though I am reluctant to admit it, her good looks. However, Ai has rejected every confession she's received so far and has never been in a relationship with anyone. It's because, how can I say it? I didn't feel any sense of destiny. Suddenly, AI's tone becomes weak. The reason for this is obvious. It's because you love Yosuke, isn't it? What are you talking about? Talking nonsense all of a sudden. You're really a troublesome little sister. AI's voice is clearly unsettled. Yosuke is AI's childhood friend and the person she was feelings for. From childhood to now, I have seen the gradual change in AI's expression when she was with Yosuke. And I wondered if that's how people fall in love. It's not about Yosuke and me now. Tell me more about X, darling. Don't call him my darling, and I'm not going to say anything more. Fufafu. Is it okay for you to say something like that? What's that? This is the face she makes when she's holding my weakness. However, I have no idea what that weakness is. Don't tell me you've forgotten that I've spent the whole week helping you make bento early in the morning and eating your failed attempts with you, right? That's right. For the past week until today, Ai has been helping me make bento every morning with devotion. Even after the cooking was over, she supported me by eating my failed attempts at making bento for breakfast. As a result, AI's eyes have been losing vitality day by day. That face, you completely forgot about it, didn't you? But even if Kay forgets it, I'll never forget it forever, okay? What do you want me to say then? Think about it. For a week-long period, I was helping Kay to consume some questionable dark matter that could barely be called dishes. Am I not being incredibly virtuous? Don't you think I'm allowed to get something good with this? It's a terrible thing to say for my sister, but there's some room to consider whether the side dishes I've been making for bento are not worthy of being eaten. But he was happy to eat them. What did you say? AI made an expression as if she can't believe it. He's willing to eat it? Isn't this some kind of hallucination that Kay had because she couldn't accept reality? Or is it possible that the boy is not human? I might get angry for real. What kind of sister is she to treat him as if he's some non-human creature just because he was happy to eat the bento I made? San, aren't you underestimating the destructive power of that? It's the thing that eradicated smiles from me, a girl who is known for her smiles, you know? Though she may be exaggerating a little, what AI said is true. In this case, Hondo, who effortlessly finished eating my bento without difficulty, might be someone extraordinary. Anyway, Since I ate those failed dishes with great effort, I demanded the disclosure of information about K's first love as a reward. Certainly, until today, AI helped me every morning in making bento and in dealing with the failed dishes. I knew I should thank her for that at some point. The question is whether or not I should give her information about Hondo as a thank you. Okay, but don't tell anyone else. Yes, leave it to me. You see, I've been called a woman with a tougher mouth than a diamond. Who said that? I can't trust her, but now that AI knows I've become interested in someone, she'll probably come to my room every day until I tell her. That's very bothersome. If it's going to be like that, it seems like it would lead to a peaceful life in the future to settle the debt right now and talk about it. Now, I would like to ask Shimizu-san a few questions. First and foremost, can you tell me the name of the person you gave your bento to? Hondo. K's embarrassed face is here. Huh? Isn't my little sister too cute? What's his first name? She was 60% more boisterous than usual. I didn't want to tell her because I knew it would turn out like this. Daiki. I see, Daiki Hondo. The name matches the one I heard beforehand. Now, on to the next question. Please tell me your first encounter with Daiki Hondo. In the 3rd grade of junior high school. You went to the same junior high school, and how did you two meet? Tell me in detail. I was going to answer the questions briefly, but it seems I won't be satisfied unless I provide detailed explanations. I felt a little uneasy even before starting the explanation. As I said before, I first met Hondo in the 3rd year of junior high school, and it was behind the school building. Don't tell me the back of a school building that is a famous place for confessions. Yeah, I met him after school when I was being confessed to. I see. Did it start with a confession from the beginning? But wasn't Kei disliked being suddenly confessed by a stranger? That's a good point. Having watched AI and Yosuke fall in love little by little over time, I couldn't understand the thoughts of those who confessed their feelings without even trying to know what was inside the other person. It wasn't Hondo who confessed to me. Ah, what do you mean? I was being confessed by someone else, and then he showed up. Yes? What's going on? Why did Daiki-kun show up like that? It's natural for AI to be confused. It's troublesome, but I have to explain it carefully. First of all, I was invited to the back of the school building after school by a stranger, and he confessed to me. Do you understand the story so far? Yeah, I know Kei was pretty popular in junior school too. I don't want to hear that from someone who was more popular than me. But yeah, that day, he told me it was love at first sight or something like that, and I turned him down like I always do. Well, that sounds like Kei. So far so good. But here's the problem. He didn't like the fact that I refused his confession, and he started to lose his temper, saying he didn't like the way I refused him. Was it okay? AI's expression suddenly changes to a serious one. Even though it's a story from junior high, she seems to be nervous, as if it happened just now. AI tends to be a bit worrier when it comes to me. If I wasn't okay, I would have told you right away. Ah. You're right. I'm glad everything turned out fine. AI's expression visibly softens, but still, how did you get out of that pinch? I'll tell you now. When the guy who confessed to me lost his temper and approached me, Hondo was the one who called out, "Wait," and stopped him. Oh, so this is where the story connects to what you just said before. It seems like an exciting development with foreshadowing. But it's just a simple back and forth chronological explanation. That's right. Hondo intervened between me and the guy who had lost his temper and casually started to introduce himself. Wait. At that moment, Daiki-kun. Is he a bit airheaded? He's quite laid back, I guess. Then, after he finished introducing himself, the guy who confessed his feelings for me made a puzzled expression and asked me what kind of relationship I had with him. Not even acquaintances, but it was your first meeting. I've never seen Hondo look so troubled before or since. When I told him that I met Hondo for the first time today, he got angry again, asking why he had interfered with his confession. The guy might have had a point if he hadn't lost his temper with Kei. Hondo then apologized with a wry smile. But then he suddenly turned serious and said to the guy that he would have left if the confession had gone smoothly without any issues. But he saw that he was about to touch me, That's why he intervened and confronted him. I guess Daki-kun is a guy who can firmly say what's on his mind. I was also surprised at that time. I had thought that he was the type of person who couldn't express his opinions to others because he always had a carefree expression on his face. Hondo is surprisingly that kind of person. Anyway, the guy told Hondo that the way I refused him was bad, but then he was at a loss for words when Hondo admonished him that it was wrong to lay a hand on me. Okay then. In the end, the guy seemed to calm down a bit after talking with Hondo, and he came to apologize to me, so the boy was able to reflect on the situation. What did K do about it? I apologized, thinking I also might have been a little out of line. From what you said, I think the boy was at fault, but it's great that you can still say you're sorry. I'll give you a pat. Stop it. Don't even think about patting me. I dodge AI's hand. AI still treats me like a child even though I am in high school. When will I be treated as an adult by AI? Oh, I haven't even stroked you yet. Well, forget it for now. Is that the end of the story? Almost. Then he watched us go back to the school building and then he left. I see. Did you meet Daki-kun after that in junior high school? I saw him occasionally in the hallway, but we only spoke once. I see. What did you talk about? That it wasn't a coincidence that he was there that day, huh? It seems that what Hondo and I had talked about was not what AI had expected because AI has a surprised expression. What do you mean? Please explain. It's not like that confession was planned or anything. Also, if we went to the back of the school building together, knowing that we both attended the same school, it's not a place to be for no reason. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. It would be a good place to confess because not many people go there. I also didn't notice that sense of incongruity when I first met Hondo. It was only after recalling that incident a few times that I finally wondered about it. So I asked Hondo about it afterward, and he had a troubled face, like a child who got caught playing a prank. And then Hondo said that at first, he was inside the school building and saw me and that guy walking to the back of the building through the window. He said that guy is known for being a bit snappy, short-tempered, so he was worried about me being with him and followed us to the back of the school building. Daki-kun is such a warrior. I think AI's attitude toward me was just as overprotective as Hondo's at that time. I thought the same thing. So, I told Hondo, even though we're not friends or even acquaintances, why did you go to such lengths for me? What did Daki-kun say? He said he didn't want to regret it, and he said he only acted like that because he would hate himself if he ignored it and I got hurt or something happened to me. Hondo seemed a little lonely at that time. I see, it was all for his own sake. And how did Kay respond? I said, you do this all the time? If you're not careful, you'll be in danger too. Isn't that the part where you say, thank you for saving me, and blush? Who's going to blush? I did think I should properly thank him, but the words just wouldn't come out. I hate myself. Why couldn't I say a single word of thanks to him back then? K is a bit clumsy, but that's also what makes you so charming. So, I guess that's the end of the junior high school story, right? Yeah, I didn't talk to him for the rest of junior high. I see. Well, I get the gist of it. A boy shows up at a critical moment, then Kay falls in love after being saved. How nice. I think you have a good love life. Noisy. And I'm not in love with him at that moment. Really? Yeah. I just thought he was a strange kind-hearted person. I see. Then when did Kay have a crush on Daki? AI's eyes are sparkling, a complete change from this morning. I guess she is very curious about her sister's love life. We've already talked enough, so let's call it a day. That's not fair. We were just getting into the good part. You can't do that. AI grabs me by both shoulders and shakes me back and forth, a little annoyed. I brushed her hands away. It's annoying. I've already paid the bento back with what we talked about earlier. Well, that may be true, but right. If you tell me why you fell in love, I'll support X's love life behind your back. I don't want it. It's an immediate answer. I can't trust someone who can't even handle her own love life. AI and her crush, Yosuke, like each other, but they're not officially a couple. It's simply because neither of them has confessed their feelings. Yosuke shies away from confessing to AI because AI has turned down all the other guys' confessions, and AI wants Yosuke to confess his feelings to her. As a result, AI and Yosuke continue their relationship as more than childhood friends but less than lovers. Ha. Ha. K. You're actually pretty good at this. AI seems to have recovered from the psychological damage. I'm just stating the facts. That's a nice jab. My motto. Well, hold on. Giving advice about love might be a bit difficult, but there are still things I can do. What's that? I reluctantly listen, knowing it probably won't be a sensible suggestion. I'll use my position as the vice president of the student council to call Daki-kun and ask him what he thinks about I'll knock you out. Now is definitely not the right time to take advantage of her position as the vice president of the student council. Oh, come on. I thought it was a perfect answer. What part of it was perfect? It's an abuse of power, plain and simple. And what if he doesn't think well of me for doing that? I think you're worrying a little too much. Kei is a super pretty girl. I'm sure Daki-kun will say something nice about you. Who's super pretty girl? Anyway, I reject that idea. Rejected. You're harsh. Well, even if half of what I said before was only a joke, I think having someone in the same school who supports K's love is pretty encouraging. It is true that so far, the only person who knows about my feelings for Hondo is AI. I feel there is a big difference between having someone to rely on or not. AI's suggestion might not be a bad idea for me. Fine, but please don't get in my way. Oh, now that I'm on board, you're going to tell me about the times your heart flutter for Daki-kun, right? I never feel my heart flutter. Imoto, you're not very honest. Well, then, how about telling me what made you interested in Daki-kun? Well, if it's only that, I can tell you. It was during our first year of high school. One day after school, during my first year of high school, I went back to the classroom to retrieve something I had forgotten. I thought there would be hardly anyone left in the classroom by the time I arrived, considering some time had passed since I left the school. By the way, Toshiya, are you free today? I stopped opening the door and instinctively bent down as I heard a familiar voice. Yeah, I'm off from club activities today, so it's no problem. I'm glad to hear that. Why are those two left of all people? Now, it's hard for me to enter the classroom. From the voices coming from inside, it seems that Hondo and Matsuko are the only two who are still in the classroom. They did not seem to notice me outside the classroom. When I entered high school, I was placed in the same class as Hondo, and since I had not had a chance to talk with Hondo since junior high school, I only found out for the first time during the entrance ceremony that we had entered the same high school. At first, we were seated far apart and did not interact with each other, but after a few seat changes, I coincidentally ended up sitting next to Hondo. What I realized through our conversations was that Hondo thought he was meeting me for the first time in high school. It's either he had forgotten the incident in junior high school, or he thought I was a different person now that I had dyed my hair. Somewhat frustrated, I did not tell him that we had met in junior high school. But Hondo talked to me every day, even though my classmates were afraid of me and kept their distance. I always wondered what Hondo thought of me. I've been wondering, Daki, aren't you afraid of Shimizu-san? Afraid of Shimizu-san? Why is that? Because she dyed her hair gold even though school rules forbid it, and she stares at me when we make eye contact. It's scary. Besides, I've heard many rumors that she's doing something bad. Matsuka, you have the audacity to say whatever you want to Hondo just because I'm not around, though the first two statements are true, so I can't argue with that. I was fine with Matsuka saying whatever he wanted, but I didn't want to hear the same kind of comments from Hondo, so I turned my back to the classroom door to leave. I don't think Shimizu-san is scary. Hondo's words stopped me in my tracks. Why do you think so? Shimizu-san is a bit difficult to understand, but I think she's a kind person. Is that so? Matsuka seems to be genuinely doubtful from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, whenever I talk to Shimizu-san, she always responds properly to me. Despite her appearance being a bit flashy, she's a good person once you get to know her. Maybe it's just because Daki thinks everyone is a good person. Hondo's comment didn't seem to alleviate Matsuka's wariness toward me. It's not like that. Toshiya doesn't know this, but Shimizu-san always helps me when I'm cleaning in class. I think Shimizu-san cares about others. I see. It's just a bad rumor that's spreading on its own, but if you talk to Shimizu-san, she's much kinder and funnier than people think. I had no idea that Hondo felt that way about me. I had thought that he would smile and talk to me on the outside, but behind my back, he would be afraid of me like the rest of our classmates. But I was wrong. Hondo did not judge me only by my appearance or my atmosphere, but he tried to look at me from the inside. If Deki says so, it might be true. Still, I don't agree with you. She's that interesting. Toshiya should talk to Shimizu-san and you will understand. Besides, Shimizu-san is. My face suddenly grew warm. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. I felt like I shouldn't stay here any longer. Forgetting why I came back here, I dashed into the hallway, and that is why I became interested in Hondo. AI, who had been listening silently, suddenly started clapping her hands. It's eerie, like a doll had suddenly come to life. Bravo. I'm glad. It was really wonderful. He doesn't judge you only by your looks but by what's inside of you. True love. This made all of America shed tears. TN. The previous phrase is a Japanese expression often used humorously to exaggerate the emotional impact of a situation. It translates to "this made all of America shed tears." It's not meant to be taken literally but rather as a playful and exaggerated statement. Don't talk nonsense. Sorry, but I really thought Deki-kun was a good boy. To be honest, the blonde Chan before was indeed a bit hard for other people to approach. As a big sister, I'm quite happy to know that there was someone who looked at K seriously. Don't be so serious all of a sudden. You're being unreasonable. I thought the same, but whenever my usually carefree sister said something sensible, it threw me off. Anyway, we talked a lot about Hondo, so you must be satisfied. Yes, K's youthful, naked love talk rejuvenated my heart. That's good to hear. Now go back. What? Why are you suddenly being cold? It's so cold I think I'm going to catch a cold. Aku, shut up. You've already accomplished your purpose. In the first place, I came to my room to ask about Hondo. Now that she has achieved her goal, she no longer needs to be here. The clock had already struck 11. And it was about time to sleep. I want to hear more sweet stories, like if Deki-kun surprised you recently or if you felt uneasy when you saw Deki-kun talking to another girl. I want to talk more about love with K. Don't arbitrarily assume I'll be easily surprised or feel uneasy. Leave. No. I don't want to go back to my room. I want to hear more about K. Maybe something like the memories you have with Deki-kun. I still want to talk about love with K. At the age of 17. AI still seems to be going through her rebellious phase. I can't help it. It seems like the time to unleash the secret weapon has come. Love talk isn't something that only one person does, right? I want to hear how far you and Yosuke have progressed, what you like about him, when you became aware of him as a member of the opposite sex, and so on. You'll tell me, too, right? AI's gaze wanders around. Oops. I forgot that I have an assignment to finish by tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday. Oops. This is no good. I'm getting sleepy all of a sudden. It's a real shame, but let's save the love talk for another time. Are you trying to escape? Escape sounds bad. Let's call this a strategic retreat. I've done what I set out to do. Well then, adieu. With that, I returned to her own room. You always come and go like a storm. In the quiet room, I muttered to myself. Chapter 5, Encounter with the Shimizu sisters. I have a mission for Una-chan today. What's wrong, Tayuno? On holiday. As I was returning to my room after breakfast, I found my sister Tayuno standing in front of my room with her arms crossed. Didn't you hear what I said? I have a mission for you. You mean you want me to do something for you? You're very perceptive. That's right. Tayuno nodded in satisfaction. So what do you want me to do? Thank you for asking. I want Una-chan to go to the shopping mall. The shopping mall? Yes. I want you to go there and pick up the game I had reserved. When I asked what she wanted me to do, it wasn't a particularly difficult request. The only question I had was, that's fine. But aren't you coming with me, Tayuno? Well, I have exams to study for. Tayuno's eyes wander around. Perhaps studying for exams was just an excuse, and she actually didn't want to go to a crowded place during the holiday. I know that Tayuno has such a tendency to be unsociable. When I look at Tayuno again, I see that she has an anxious look on her face. It seems that she knows that her true feelings have been exposed to me. Now, what should I do? Okay, I'll go. Can you tell me the information I need to pick up the game? Yes, thank you. Ana-chan. Tayuno nodded happily. Maybe I'm indulging Tayuno a little too much, but I just couldn't refuse my sister's selfish request. After getting detailed information from Tayuno, I prepared myself and left the house. I'm glad I was able to safely buy it. About an hour after I left home, I successfully completed the given mitzvah. There were no major problems, and I was able to smoothly pick up the game Tayuno had reserved at the electronics store. The game came with a limited edition bonus, and it seemed like Tayuno had reserved it because she wanted that bonus. Since I didn't particularly want anything today, I was thinking of just heading back home. However, I unexpectedly spotted someone. Oh, Shimizu-san. Honda? What are you doing here? When I called out, the person was indeed Shimizu-san. Shimizu-san was wearing a navy jacket over a white shirt and jeans. I had never met Shimizu-san outside the school before, so it was refreshing to see her in her casual clothes. I knew it. It was Shimizu-san. Is Shimizu-san shopping, too? Yeah, what about you, Honda? Are you that Daiki Honda? Wait, really? Is it the real one? When I asked a question, a person I was not aware of called me by name. I turned my eyes in the direction of the voice and saw a woman a little shorter than Shimizu-san standing there. She had slightly brownish shoulder-length hair, a light blue V-neck knit top, and a long white skirt. From her appearance, she appeared to be the same age as me or slightly older. I am indeed Daiki Hondo, but I am sorry. Who are you? What? Don't you know me? I'm sorry. I don't know you at all. From her reaction, I guess she is the same age or older than me, but I have no idea who she is. AI, aren't you a bit overshadowed? Not well known. Well, maybe. Anyway, let's go somewhere brighter. Don't try to make your shadow physically darker. From Shimizu-san's light-hearted banter, it seemed that the woman called AI had a close relationship with Shimizu-san. I replay the past conversations with Shimizu-san in my brain. Then I remembered something. Could you be Shimizu-san's older sister? Oh, you actually knew about me. Yes, I am. I am Shimizu's sister, Shimizu AI. Please feel free to call me AI. Okay. Nice to meet you, AI-san. I had heard from Shimizu-san before that she had an older sister, but I didn't recognize her because the atmosphere was so different from her. By the way, AI is the vice president of the student council of our high school. Oh, really? I look at AI-san. AI-san noticed my gaze and winked at me for some reason. Yes, not only am I Ike's older sister, but also the vice president of the Hyper-Ultra student council of your high school. Hey Hyper-Ultra, Hyper-Ultra, don't unnecessarily use foreign words. Shimizu-san quipped with a look of exasperation on her face. Well, isn't it catchy? Anyway, forget about that. So, what are you doing here, Daiki-kun? My sister asked me to do some shopping for her. Oh, so you have a sister. Are you going to do the shopping now? No, I've already finished shopping. I showed AI-san the bag of games I was carrying. I see. Daiki-kun, do you have any plans for the rest of the day? I was going to leave now that I've finished my business. In that case, why don't you come with us? Yes? The invitation is so sudden, and my mind can't keep up with her. Hey, what are you saying on your own, AI? Shimizu-san joined the conversation after hearing AI's sudden invitation. Because I want to talk with Daiki-kun. It seems Daiki-kun has some time, so it's fine, right? It's bothersome for Hondo if you suddenly invited him like that. Shimizu-san meets my gaze. I feel like she's subtly telling me to decline. It's not a problem, right, Daiki-kun? AI-san also looked at me. I feel like she's subtly telling me to accept. Well, I thought I was someone who didn't hesitate much when making choices, but this dilemma is extremely difficult. Whichever option I choose, I have a feeling that the other one will say something to me later. Hondo. Daiki-kun. Time seems to be running out. Then I made up my mind. I'm glad it wasn't too crowded. The Shimizu sisters and I were at a family restaurant in a shopping mall. Perhaps because there was still some time before lunch, we were able to sit down without waiting in line. Shimizu-san and AI-san were sitting next to each other, and Shimizu-san and I were facing each other. In the end, I decided to accompany the Shimizu sisters for shopping, partly because Ai-san is older than me and partly because I thought that Shimizu-san would forgive me. Since we are here, let's have lunch a little early. I'll have a cheese hamburger steak. I'll have mentaiko pasta, codro. What? Why don't you order your usual pancakes? Shut up. Shimizu-san always orders pancakes at a family restaurant? I'm slightly surprised by that, and as I'm thinking this, our eyes meet. She glares at me. Is there something you want to say to me? No, I don't. Pancakes are delicious, aren't they? Yes, pancakes are good. Are you sure you want mentaiko pasta? I'll have pancakes. Okay, pancakes it is. What do you want, Deki-kun? Oh, right. I completely forgot to order mine. I hurry to look at the menu. Well, I'll have carbonara, then. Okay, got it. Ai-san called the waiter and placed the order for the three of us. While we were waiting for our food to arrive, Ai-san started asking me questions. How many siblings does Deki-kun have? It's just me and my younger sister. You mentioned your sister earlier. What's her name? Her name is Tayuno, spelled with the character for no, from Nogizaka. That's a nice name, Tayuno. Is she cute? She's my family, so I may be biased, but I think she's cute. I see. Compared to Kei, who do you think is cuter? Hey, Shimizu-san interjected reflexively. Ai-san might enjoy teasing people. How should I answer her? Well, in my opinion, Shimizu-san gives more of a beautiful image rather than cute. This is not exactly an answer to the question, but it is the only way to answer it in a way that is not a lie. I casually looked at Shimizu-san, but she turned away from me, and I could not read her expression. Deki-kun thinks you're beautiful. That's great. I ruffled Shimizu-san's hair as she sat next to her. Don't touch my hair. It'll get messed up. And he only said that because he was troubled. Shimizu-san forcefully pushes Ai-san's hand away. That's not true, right, Deki-kun? You're such a shy girl. Ahaha. Okay, let's move on to the next question. What do you do on your day off? Most of the time, I stay at home. I read manga, play with my sister, and sometimes play online games with friends if we have the time. So you are an indoor person. I'm not really physically active. I see. It's also fun to be active, so you should try it sometimes. Next, do you have a wide taste tolerance? Taste tolerance? I've never heard that expression before. I guess it means whether or not there is any food you don't like. I don't know if my understanding is correct, but I am often told by my family and friends that I should eat food regardless of whether I like it or not. So that's why you could eat dark matter. Hey, what is dark matter? Shimizu-san interrupted again. What are they referring to as dark matter? Nothing. Let's change the topic. Next. It seems like I'm asking too many questions. Do you have anything you want to ask, Deki-kun? Questions? I can't come up with a question if you ask me suddenly. You don't have to worry so much. Even if it's about our favorite food or our favorite subject, it's totally fine. Or rather, it doesn't have to be a question. You can just say whatever you want. I may have been thinking too hard. I decided to say what I was thinking. It's not a question, but I was thinking that you two sisters must be very close to each other to come shopping together. When I said that, Ai-san's expression softened a bit. I guess Deki-kun sees it that way too. It's because we are the best, lovey-dovey sisters. Ai-san enthusiastically clings to Shimizu-san, who tries to remove her, looking annoyed. What do you mean by the best, lovey-dovey sisters? Get away already. It's suffocating, naughty girl. It would be nice if you could be a little more honest with me too. I'm being honest enough. Get away quickly. What kind of hug is this strong? It took Shimizu-san a few moments to bring Ai-san back to her original position. Geez, Kei is so cold. Noisy. Don't cling to me in front of other people. Are you saying you want to cuddle in a private space? Geez, you're a spoiled child no matter how old you are. Oh my god, you always have a retort for everything. Ahaha. I couldn't help but laugh at the well-coordinated banter between the Shimizu sisters. What are you laughing at? Deki-kun couldn't help but smile when he saw the adorable relationship between us beautiful sisters. Don't casually call yourself beautiful. If we are not beautiful, then who is? Deki-kun. You think so too, don't you? Ah, yes. I reflexively nodded, unable to resist the pressure. It's true that both of them are beautiful. You're forcing him to say that. No, it's not like that. It's the truth. Oops. We got off track. Daki-kun, do you have any other questions for us? Right. I forgot about it while listening to the sisters' comedy banter. Things that I want to ask. Well, it's not easy to come up with something on the spot. Then, I'll ask you something again. What should I ask next? Ai-san puts her index finger on her forehead, striking a pose while thinking. I've got an idea, but this might be a bit too bold. If it's not too much, I'll answer anything. Really? Then I'll ask. I'll start with a jab. What type of girl is your preference, Daki-kun? Type of girl? Question mark. For a brief moment, Toshiya's face flashed through my mind. I wonder if high school students are creatures that are more interested in love stories than I thought. Yes, Daki-kun is a boy of our age, and I was wondering if he likes this or that about girls. I see. How about that? If you can't come up with anything, should I give you some time to think? I'm fine. I had a similar conversation with a friend a while ago. Is that so? So I'll ask you again. What kind of girl do you like, Daki-kun? I like neat girls. Ai-san looked at Shimizu-san for a moment, then quickly returned her gaze to me with a grin. Oh, I see. So Daki-kun likes neat girls. I see. Ai-san looked at Shimizu-san again meaningfully. What is it? If you have something to say, just say it. No, nothing. I just thought of you as a devoted younger sister, that's all. I'll remember this later. Shimizu-san clenches her fist. Okay. Moving on to the next question. Just so you know, if you find the next question difficult to answer, you don't have to. I understand. I wondered what kind of question Ai-san would ask me if she emphasized it so much. All right, first of all, have you ever had a girlfriend before? This was a question I had not expected at all. Indeed, as Ai-san said before, this is a very direct question. It may be difficult for some people to answer. While I was thinking about how I should answer the question, I suddenly make eye contact with Shimizu-san. What is it? Shimizu-san gives me a sharp glare. No, I just thought that Shimizu-san might be a little bored with this conversation, that's all. I've been answering Ai-san's questions the whole time. Ai-san seems to be interested in me for some reason, but Shimizu-san might just be bored and not interested in this conversation. That's not true, right Kay? You are trying to play it cool, but inside, your heart is pounding so hard it feels like it is going to burst open when you hear something you didn't know about Daki-kun, right? Don't speak on behalf of others. Then what's the truth? I'm not that bored. Shimizu-san doesn't meet my gaze, but she doesn't seem to be lying. Look, she says she's interested in what Daki-kun has to say. I didn't say that. That's how it looked to this Ai-onijin. You have some serious vision problems. Anyway, Hondo, what's the answer to the previous question? Did you forget already? It was about whether you've had a girlfriend before. I do remember having that conversation. I don't know why, but the topic keeps getting sidetracked today. I have to answer before I forget again. I've never been in a relationship with anyone. I see. Shimizu-san covered her mouth with her hand, and I couldn't read her expression, but her voice sounded relieved. Then, Kay has never been in a relationship either, so you two are the same. Hey, don't tell him something like that without my permission. Shimizu-san glared at Ai-san. I'm honestly surprised that Shimizu-san has never been in a relationship before, considering how beautiful and fun she is. If you're going to spread someone's secret, you might as well tell him yours. I didn't do that, did I? As we're having this conversation, the dishes we ordered are being served one by one. Oh, this cheese hamburger is the best, as expected. Didn't you say the tonkatsu ramen here was the best last time? You can have multiple best things. Oh, really? After finishing our food, we ordered additional drinks and were still inside the family restaurant. It was a little early for lunch, so the restaurant was still empty. Oh, by the way, since I finished my question earlier, can I ask you another question, Daki-kun? Yes, that's fine. You don't have to answer any questions you don't want to answer. Kay, I won't ask him such difficult questions anymore. Even the previous question about whether to Yuno or Shimizu-san is cuter was a little difficult to answer, but AI-san seemed to think it wasn't. Now, for the question. I'm going to get a drink. As Shimizu-san was about to get up from her seat, AI-san grabbed her arm. What's the matter? Keep asking your question. AI-san stared at Shimizu-san for a moment, then used the hand opposite to the one holding Shimizu-san's arm to pick up a cup. Please get one for me, too. Go get it yourself, or, please listen to your one-chan request. AI-san pouted in dissatisfaction and shook Shimizu-san's arm. Why do I have to listen to your request? Really? You're not supposed to say things like that. I feel like I'm about to reveal something. Obi, what Obi was it? Before I go too far. AI-san let go of Shimizu-san's grip and pointed her index finger at her head temple instead. Obi? The only word I can think of that starts with Obi is Bento, lunchbox, but I wonder if there's something related to lunchboxes. Hey, be quiet for a moment. Got it? I'll go get your drink. Thanks. Then I'll have ginger ale. I'll remember this when we get home. My beloved sister, you're so sweet it brings tears to my eyes. I'll never forgive you. With those words, Shimizu-san took 2 cups and walked toward the drink bar. Is it okay? It's fine. Kei is very kind and she will forgive me. Is that so? The last expression Shimizu-san showed me didn't look like someone who would give warmth to others, though. Can I continue with my question? Sure. What do you think of AI-san had a serious expression on her face, something she had never shown since we first met. What do I think about Shimizu-san? Even if it's short. I want you to answer without lying or avoiding the question. I have no idea what the right answer is, but one thing I know is that I shouldn't make superficial remarks here. If AI-san is asking seriously, then I need to answer seriously too. I think Shimizu-san is a kind person. I look at AI-san. I could not guess what AI-san was thinking from her expression. I see. Why do you think so? As you may have heard, Shimizu-san and I have been in the same class since the 1st grade. We started to talk with each other after we switched seats, and Shimizu-san is a very good listener. She never interrupts the conversation when we are talking, and when she finishes listening to me, she always replies to my questions properly. AI-san's face looks happy as she repeatedly nods her head. I don't think you can do that unless you are willing to listen to what others have to say. I think Shimizu-san's kindness and seriousness are evident in those moments. I understand kindness. But what do you mean seriousness? I mean, she was ignoring the school rules and dyed her hair blonde until a while ago, you know? Given her personality, I believe that Shimizu-san has her own reasons for doing so. Having that kind of firm character is also one of Shimizu-san's strong points, I guess. I see. I got it. Can I ask one more thing? Yes. I wonder what she's going to ask me next. I involuntarily hold my breath. Why are you on K's side? What do you mean? I thought it might be a warning to stay away from Shimizu-san, but it doesn't seem to be the case judging from AI-san's expression. I might have asked in a slightly prickly way. I know that K has been kind of isolated in the class since the 1st year. So I was wondering why Deki-kun is by K's side. I see. If that's the case, then my answer should be simple. Because I can't leave her alone. Is that sympathy? AI-san looks at me with a slightly anxious expression. It seems like my words were vague. No, it's different. Like I said before, I really enjoy talking to Shimizu-san. So when I say I can't leave Shimizu-san alone, it's because Shimizu-san is interesting. Isn't it natural to want to be with someone who makes you feel happy when you spend time together? AI-san widens her eyes. The conversation pauses, and the voices of people around us become distinct. Then AI-san breaks the silence. Thank you for answering seriously. So that's your answer for now? Yes. When AI-san hears my reply, she breaks into a satisfied smile. Being serious is tiring. I guess it's not my style to act like a serious one-san. Huh? What do you trying to find out with your previous question? In a more comfortable atmosphere, I decided to ask about the intention behind the previous question. Yeah. Of course you would be curious about that. Kei was quite popular in middle school. Many people approached K, but none of them really tried to see K's inside. I was a little surprised to hear that Shimizu-san was popular in middle school, but thinking about it again, Shimizu-san is kind, interesting, and also beautiful. So it's not surprising. AI-san continues. After hearing about Daki-kun from K, I wondered if you were really paying attention to K. That's why I asked you that question. I'm sorry if I'm being mean to you. No, it's okay. In other words, the previous question was meant to express concern for Shimizu-san. Thank you, but I have one last favor to ask you. AI-san's face became serious again. What is it? It's about K. I've been hearing rumors about people who are interested in her since she changed her hair back to black. When Kay was in junior high school, I used to keep those people in check until I graduated, but now I'm too busy with the student council. There are even people I don't hear good things about among those interested in Kay, and it worries me. I see what you mean. I guess AI-san does not want Shimizu-san to be in danger. So, should I act as Shimizu-san's bodyguard? No. Daki-kun might get hurt if you do that. Neither Kay nor I want that. So, Daki-kun doesn't have to do anything risky. Not all the time, but I want you to be by K's side. Just being nearby is enough? Certainly. Suppose it were to escalate into a fight or something. In that case, it's doubtful that I, who don't usually engage in much physical activity as a member of the non-athletic club, could protect Shimizu-san. I think just having someone of the same gender near someone they're interested in can be quite a deterrent. I see. I don't know. I don't have any experience, but I wonder if that's how it works. Will you accept my request? About that, can I decline? Huh? AI-san looks genuinely surprised. Maybe I didn't use the right words. No, it's not what you thought. I actually enjoy talking with Shimizu-san. So, if I'm asked to be near her, it's kind of unpleasant somehow. So, why don't we pretend that AI-san didn't ask me for a favor? Even without a favor, I'm sure I'll be around her as long as Shimizu-san doesn't say no. AI-san listens to my words, and her expression relaxes. Oh, I see. That's good. I got worried thinking I made you dislike Kay because I was being mean to you. I'm sorry I made you worry. So, can we just pretend there was no favor? Yeah, that's totally fine. What's okay? When I turned to the voice I heard, I saw Shimizu-san standing there holding 2 cups. Well, it's a secret between me and Daki-kun. AI-san winks at Shimizu-san. Shimizu-san frowned and sat down, placing the cups in front of herself and AI-san. Well, fine. It was ginger ale, right? Yeah, thanks. But it was a little late. Huh? There were more people at the drink bar than I expected, so I had to wait in line. Oh, I see. Must have been tough. Well, if you feel that way, next time, you're on your own. Anyway, what were you talking about? Oh, we were just talking about how cute Kay is. Of course. AI-san lied brazenly. It seems she intends to keep the conversation between the two of us a secret from Shimizu-san. When we were little, you always begged Mom for your favorite sweet, or when you were in elementary school, you got scared when you saw a horror movie and came to my room. Also, that's enough. Don't say anything anymore. It's useless to stop me now. Daki-kun already knows every little detail of K's cute past. Hey, Hondo, forget everything you heard earlier. Right now, I'll try my best. In the first place, since it's AI-san's lie, I haven't heard much about Shimizu-san's cute past. You should definitely forget about it. Besides, I don't mind watching horror movies now. Shimizu-san leans closer across the table and makes a mysterious expression. Shimizu-san, your face is a little too close. Noticing this, Shimizu-san quickly moves away from me. Oh, you're making an aggressive, AI-san looks at Shimizu-san with a mischievous grin. Don't say it like I did it on purpose. Now, San, I understand. AI-san pats Shimizu-san's shoulder lightly. Why are you making that face as if you've figured something out? Shimizu-san's shout echoes through the family restaurant. Chapter 6, Shopping with the Shimizu sisters. Well then, now that we're full, shall we head to our destination? By the way, I didn't ask before, but what is the purpose of AI-san and Shimizu-san today? Although I agreed to go along, I hadn't confirmed where we were going yet. Oh, did I not mention it? We came to buy clothes for Kunmi. Yes? I wonder if it's okay for me to accompany them. If we're buying clothes, it's better to have the opinion of the opposite sex, right? Normally, I bring my childhood friend with me, but he couldn't come this time because he had something else to do. I was wondering what to do, and fortunately, Deki-kun happened to be here. Oh, I see. But honestly, I don't really know much about good or bad clothes, so I don't know if I can help you. That's my honest opinion. Honestly, on my days off, I usually just wear hoodies like I am now, so I have no idea what kind of clothes would be good. Don't worry about it. My childhood friend always says something like whatever I wear is just fine. Haha. I can't help but let out a dry laugh. I wonder why AI-san's smile feels a bit dark. For a moment, it felt like the light had vanished from AI-san's eyes. That's why you don't have to worry about your fashion sense or anything like that. Besides, Kei also wants Deki-kun to look at her clothes, right? AI-san looks towards Shimizu-san, seeking her agreement. I'm fine with either option, but I'd be happier if Deki-kun took a look at my clothes. Don't add lines on your own. I thought I perfectly understood K's feelings. Not even close. Shimizu-san glares at AI-san with cold eyes, but AI-san doesn't seem to mind. I thought I read it well enough to get a passing grade. But whatever, if Kei is okay with either way, then it means it's okay to have Deki-kun accompanying us, right? Well, now that we all agreed, let's go right away. Bye. Let's go. Didn't you mean we would go to each person's regular place? Is that so? That's news to me. I thought from the beginning that the two of them were planning to shop together at the same store. That was my original plan, but after hearing Deki-kun's story, I changed my mind. Let's all go to the store I often go to. Why? Because the clothes at K's favorite stores are mainly boyish and cool rather than neat and clean. The store we're going to now has a variety of cute to neat clothes, so it's better for Kei, right? For some reason, AI-san took a glance at me. Shimizu-san also gave me a quick glance. Just kidding. She glares at me. All right. Since you two don't seem to have any objection, let's go right away. With AI-san's words as a trigger, we started to move. The Shimizu sisters and I moved to an area of the shopping mall that mainly dealt with clothing. There are a fair number of couples of one man and one woman here, but it is rare to see a trio of two women with one man. It's not that I'm overly concerned about the gazes from the surroundings. AI-san seemed to have said it half-jokingly earlier, but objectively speaking, both Shimizu sisters are beautiful. It's natural for people to be curious when a man is walking with these two attractive women. AI-san, it's a little difficult for me to stay like this. I whisper a small protest to AI-san, who is walking next to Shimizu-san. Difficult to stay? AI-san looked around. I see. Don't worry about it. Other people are just a little distracted seeing a lucky boy walking around with two cute girls. Don't call yourself cute. Shimizu-san, standing right next to me, immediately interjected. Just saying it doesn't cost anything, so it's fine. Anyway, let's go inside quickly since we've arrived at the store. With that, before Shimizu-san and I could say anything, AI-san entered the store alone. Left behind, I turned my gaze towards Shimizu-san. Give up. There will be fewer gazes inside the store. Let's quickly go inside too. Shimizu-san said and started to walk to the store. Wait, Shimizu-san. I hurriedly followed Shimizu-san. Hey, Kei and Deki-kun. Come to the fitting room. The first round of trying on clothes has been decided. As I entered the store, I could clearly hear AI-san's voice from the back of the store. It seemed that she had already decided which clothes to try on first. Shimizu-san, do you know where the fitting room is? Yeah, I've been here a few times with AI, so follow me. Shimizu-san led me to the fitting room. Hey, AI, we're here. We walked up to the fitting room and Shimizu-san and I found a fitting room with the curtains closed. How did you find this place easily? I'm glad you found it. Now that I found it, can I leave now? Can you wait a bit? The ultra-beautiful one-chan changed her clothes and is now I am an ultimate beauty. Wanna take a look, huh? Aratora beauty. Arutomato beauty. Stop saying beauty beauty. Just open the curtains if you want me to see. Geez, my troublesome little sister is always being called. Alright, Curtain. Open. As that voice rang out, the curtain of the fitting room opened vigorously. What do you think? There, Ai-san stood, wearing a slightly oversized yellow cardigan over a shirt. She was wearing a white mini-skirt underneath, which seemed to show off her beautiful legs. I tried combining a yellow cardigan with a white mini-skirt. That's kind of deliberate. Minus 500 million points. That judgment is too sloppy and unreasonable. Kay, you're so harsh. I want to cry. You never cry if you can say something like that. My heart is crying. What do you think, Daki-kun? That's right. I need to offer an opinion that can be helpful. What should I say? If I straightforwardly compliment her legs, saying they looks beautiful, she might be put off. But since I've never given my opinion on a woman's attire other than my sister, I don't know what aspects to focus on and how to praise her. I wonder how men in the world give their opinions on women's clothes. Hey, Daki-kun. Are you listening? Yes. Please wait a moment. There's no time left. I decided to convey my impressions as best I could from my meager vocabulary. I think the light-colored cardigan suits you well, Ai-san. It gives off a cute vibe this time, whereas I usually have the impression of elegance when I see you. The atmosphere in the store becomes silent. I wonder what Ai-san thinks of my opinion. Hey Kay, did you hear? He said the cardigan suits me and this time I look cute. I got a very nice compliment. That's good. Ai-san seems excited. Unless she's good at acting, she's probably satisfied with my opinion. I'm relieved for now. Hondo, didn't you stare at AI's legs? Just when I thought I was safe, I received an accusation from an unexpected source. I intentionally didn't mention the mini-skirt to avoid being perceived as staring at her legs, but it seems Shimizu-san caught me. Daki-kun, is it true? Ai-san looked straight at me. There's no way to escape from this, and I don't really have any intention to deny it. Yes, Shimizu-san's is correct. It was unintentional for me to glance at her legs, but I feel there's no room for defense now. Ai-san momentarily had a serious expression, but she quickly returned to her usual smile. Well, okay, of course you couldn't resist my cute and mature charm. I feel relieved. I guess I managed to get away with it. This guy also stared at my legs while I was talking to him before. Shimizu-san. Indeed. There was a moment during the previous art class when I looked at Shimizu-san's legs, but I thought she had already forgotten about it. Daki-kun, is what Kay just said true? It's not wrong. Ai-san seems to be looking at me with colder eyes than before. After a brief moment of gazing at me with those eyes, she smiles again. I'll forgive you. K's legs are firm and have a different beauty from mine. It's understandable that even Daki-kun would be captivated. It seems I've been completely remembered by the Shimizu sisters as a leg fetishist. Is that really okay? My heart is as vast as the ocean. I don't care if it's only Daki-kun or Kay, okay? Besides, the important thing is I've already won. What kind of competition did you win? Shimizu-san questioned her. I honestly don't know either. It was a competition to see who could choose Daki-kun's preferred outfit. Just do it by yourself. Shimizu-san dismissively pushes Ai-san away with her words. Hey, what now? Ai-san is suddenly wearing an unexpectedly wicked smile. You lack confidence. Even if we're called the Ultra Beauty Sisters, there's a world of difference between me and the Amoto. It's only natural for Kay to feel like running away before the competition even starts. She's trying to stir things up. It is an obvious provocation. Well, there is no way Shimizu-san would fall for such a cheap provocation. Fine, huh? Fine. I'll accept that challenge. Shimizu-san fell for the provocation. Shimizu-san had a much lower tolerance for provocations than I had imagined. I didn't know because there was no one in my class who provoked Shimizu-san. It's a new discovery. I knew Kay would get on board. The rules for the showdown are simple. We'll see who can choose Daki's preferred clothes. We'll try them on, and the winner will be the one Daki-kun says looks better. You can only try on the clothes twice. So I have one more time to try again. Now, let's take our positions and get started. With that, Shimizu-san disappeared from my sight. Ai-san, why did you say such provoking things to Shimizu-san? I questioned Ai-san, who was still in the fitting room with a comfortable look on his face. Ai-san must have known that Shimizu-san would take the challenge if she said something like that. Sometimes I want Kei to buy clothes with a different atmosphere than usual. What do you mean? Kei usually only wears boyish clothes. It's true that they look good in cool-looking clothes, but Kei is also beautiful and cute. So I wanted her to wear something that would highlight that side of her, you know? That's why I challenged her to this competition. I invited Kei to this store because this store has a lot of cute and beautiful clothes, so I thought it would be perfect for her. I see. So that was your intention. It seems that Ai-san had her own thoughts. Well, there is also the fact that I simply want to see Kei in different clothes. Anyway, I'm going to change my clothes and look for a second one now. After saying just that, Ai-san closed the fitting room curtain. That's when a question arose inside of me. Hey, what am I supposed to do while they are picking out their clothes? The question remained unresolved, and I ended up spending a lot of empty time in the store until they decided which clothes to try on. Okay, I see that Kei has picked out some clothes as well. Hey, it's too late to quit now. A little while later, the three of us had changed place to a place in the store where two fitting rooms were adjacent to each other. Fortunately, there were few other customers, so it seemed like there won't be a problem even if they took some time to try on clothes. I've already shown my first outfit, so it's K's turn now. Okay, I'll change, so I'll close the curtain for a moment. The curtain in the dressing room with Shimizu-san is closed. Doesn't it make you excited to think that Kei is changing clothes in there? Ai-san, who seemed bored, spoke to me from the fitting room. I can hear you, and Hondo, I won't forgive you if you imagine anything strange. Before I could even think about anything, she nailed me. It is true that it wouldn't be pleasant to have someone of the opposite sex imagining what you look like without clothes. Don't take away our freedom to imagine. I don't know whose opinion she is speaking for, but Ai-san started to protest. That's more like a delusion than imagination. Anyway, I'm already dressed. Aren't you too quick? Are you a master of quick change? Why do you sound a little disappointed? Okay, I'm going to open the curtains. As the curtains opened, there stood Shimizu-san wearing a green blouse. She was wearing a beige flared skirt underneath, so her legs were not as emphasized as those of Ai-san. The gap between the stylish outfit she wore right now and the casual clothes I usually see her made me a little surprised. Hey, say something. Did you succumb to embarrassment? While I was thinking of a comment, Ai-san casually spoke like that to Shimizu-san. Huh? What's with you all of a sudden? Well, the combination of the green blouse and beige flare skirt suits you, but you know, San, I saw it. You put a mini skirt in the shopping basket. The only reason you wouldn't wear it is if you were embarrassed to wear a mini skirt. Shimizu-san's reaction seems to indicate that she hit the mark. You're a really cute Taimoto-chan. But I win. Ai-san raised her right hand triumphantly, wearing a victorious expression. Well, you still don't know the result. Oh, that's true. Daiki-kun, why don't you give your opinion? For some reason, I ended up becoming something like Ai-san's subordinate or lackey. Yes, well, I thought the combination of the blouse and skirt that Shimizu-san is wearing right now gives off a calm and mature womanly vibe, and I think it looks nice. Oh, okay. Shimizu-san responded weakly. I don't know how to respond to such reaction, but it can't compare to my bare legs. Don't say that. I mean, if that's the case, the winner isn't the clothes you chose but your legs, right? You're barking like a loser. When it comes to provoking Shimizu-san, Ai-san has no rivals on this planet. Who's a loser? I'll bite you. I'd be happy if Kei bites me. Anyway, Daiki-kun, which outfit do you prefer? I wonder how I can prevent Ai-san's killer pass, casually dismissing Kei and talking to him. I think both have their own charm, so I can't decide. Daiki-kun, sometimes kindness hurts people more than anything else. Come on, speak your mind. Ignore Ai's statement, though it's true that this is a competition. So choose one side. Although I genuinely think both are good, it seems I have to make a decision here. Can I see both of your outfits again before deciding? I decided to postpone the choice. In the end, I think my choice would be the same, but I wanted to make sure just one more time if possible. That's right. That was the plan from the beginning. Let's try them on again and then decide. If you say so, I don't mind. And so, the showdown moved on to the next round. I went first last time, so Kei will go first this time. Got it. This time, I'll go first. Shimizu-san closed the curtains again and started changing. Well, my victory is almost certain. What about you? Are you going to wear a miniskirt? Even so, I think the impact will be somewhat lacking compared to the first miniskirt he received from me. Ai-san, when you say it like that, isn't that a flag? If you confidently claim to win against your opponent like that, in the world of manga, it's a straight path to defeat. Don't worry, when it comes to someone like me, I take care of everything from manufacturing to breaking all flags of destruction. If you're going to break it, don't create it in the first place. Have you finished getting dressed yet? Yes. Upon hearing that, Shimizu-san opened the curtains slightly and peeked out with only her head visible. Why are you embarrassed? Oh, could it be that you're wearing an outfit even more revealing than mine? There's no way that's true. It's just that I'm not used to wearing clothes like this. You're already wearing it. That's fine. Come on, strike a pose. Hey. Ai-san snatched the curtains from Shimizu-san's grasp and opened them. Standing there was Shimizu-san in a pure white one-piece dress. What the? Ai-san collapsed to her knees upon seeing Shimizu-san's appearance. It's a white one-piece dress with a simple design that doesn't even expose the shoulders. But that's why it precisely highlights K's good qualities so well. I must say, even though you're my Imoto, it's quite commendable. Why are you looking down on me? And what do you think, Hondo? I'm sorry. I was taken aback. I was so captivated by Shimizu-san in her dress that I didn't think about anything else. No need to apologize. So, what do you think? I quickly turned my mind into overdrive. However, no matter how much I thought, I couldn't find the right words for Shimizu-san's current state. I guess it doesn't suit me. Shimizu-san's expression carried a hint of sadness that she usually didn't show. Unable to bear seeing her like that, I instinctively spoke up. It suits you, Hondo. That dress suits you very well. Shimizu-san, you look beautiful. What are you saying? Shimizu-san's expression changed. I could understand from that expression that she was no longer sad. That's good, Kei. He says you're beautiful. Don't repeat that. When I looked at Shimizu-san's face again, I felt that it was slightly redder than usual. I wondered if it took a lot of courage for Shimizu-san to show this outfit to others. Shimizu-san, your face is red. Are you okay? Whose fault do you think it is? Is fine. She can't show it in words, so her skin has become more honest. Ai-san answered Shimizu-san's comment. I didn't quite understand the latter part, but if Ai-san said she was okay, then it must be fine. Why are you talking nonsense? I'm going to change now. Saying that, Shimizu-san closed the curtain again. Oh, is it over already? I haven't even taken a picture of K in the dress with my smartphone. Shimizu-san didn't reply. After a while, the curtains opened again. There was Shimizu-san, who had returned to the boyish clothes she was wearing before she changed. It's really back to normal. Even though it's a rare opportunity to see Kei in a dress, Ai-san said as she wiped away her non-existent tears. It's your turn, Ai. Get dressed now. I've had enough of this. Ai-san casually said that. I surrender because I don't feel like I can win against K's overpowering dress. I give up. Is that really okay with you? Yeah, I'm completely satisfied just by seeing Kei in that dress, so I have no regrets. Indeed, Ai-san's expression shows not a trace of regret. I don't feel like I've won. Shimizu-san said that while holding the dress and walked towards the cash register. After quickly finishing their payment, she returned to the fitting room where Ai-san and I were. Hey, Kei, did you buy that dress? Yeah. What? You should have told me earlier then. I cried for nothing earlier. Now I can see Kei wearing that dress anytime, anywhere. Don't say that. Besides, you weren't crying in the first place, and I won't be wearing this dress that frequently. Shimizu-san seemed genuinely taken aback. As I was thinking about that, our eyes briefly met. Do you have something to say to me too? That dress looked very good on you, so I'm glad Shimizu-san liked it too. You always say things like that so naturally. Also, I didn't buy it just because you said it suited me. Well, it doesn't matter. I've already bought mine, so now I just have to wait for AI to choose her clothes. I've already decided to. What? I'm going to buy this. When I looked closely at AI-san, she was hugging the cardigan she tried on earlier. Is that mini skirt okay? I discovered that wearing that would dangerously captivate all the men around, so I decided to pass on it this time. AI-san looked at me and winked. At about the same time, Shimizu-san glared at me. Ahaha. Caught between the stares of the Shimizu sisters, all I could do was force a laugh. If AI is fine with it, then I'm fine too. Now that we're done shopping, let's leave. With these words from Shimizu-san, we left the store. Somehow, the image of Shimizu-san in the white dress remained vivid in my mind. Chapter 7. The Shimizu Sisters and the Game Center. We're done with today's objective. What do we do now? Huh? Why do you think I hurried to choose those clothes? I don't know. Shimizu-san responded. I also want to know the reason. It's obvious so that the three of us can have a lot of fun together. Huh? It seems that my shopping mall adventure with the Shimizu sisters is far from over. We've arrived at the game center. This place is calling me. No one is calling you. After finishing shopping for the Shimizu sisters' clothes, the three of us arrived at the game center inside the shopping mall. There were many people here, probably because it was a holiday. Now, where should we start? Do you two have any games you want to play? I don't have anything in particular. Me neither. I see. Then, let's start with a game that we can all play together. The one I always play. AI-san's eyes are sparkling. She seems really looking forward to playing that game. Is it a game that can be played with 3 people? Of course. Well, think of it as getting on a big ship and just follow me. That boat, I hope it's not a mud boat. TN refers to a fragile boat made of mud that appears in the old Japanese folktale, Kakikakiyama. Additionally, it is used as a metaphor for something that is likely to fail or fall apart quickly. Shimizu-san and I follow AI-san, half skeptical. The first game we're going to play is this one. Hey, what's this? You can tell by looking at it. It's air hockey. As AI-san said, there was an air hockey game in front of us. As I recall, this game is played by hitting a plastic disc called a puck with a device called a mallet and putting it into the opponent's goal. That's not what I'm asking. Why start with air hockey? A game that 2 or 4 people usually play, not 3. If 2 or 4 can play it, why not 3? Then the side with 2 people is definitely stronger. Or do we have to take turns? As Shimizu-san suggested, taking turns while playing could balance the difference in strength. But then the one person who's not playing will be bored, right? Let's play 1 against 2. Who's going to play alone? Of course. As the older one, I will fight alone. Bring it on. You chicks, youngsters/rookies. AI-san, are you okay with that? I don't mind being on the one person playing. If we have to divide into teams like this, as a guy, I think it would be better for me to be on the one person side in terms of balancing the strength. Hee. Even though I don't look it, I love air hockey and always play it with my friends when he come to the game center. So don't worry about me, Daiki-kun. It seems that AI-san is quite confident in her air hockey skills. If that's the case, maybe we can split up the teams like AI-san said. Alright, Shimizu-san, is it okay for you to be on the same team as me? If you guys are okay with that, then I'm okay with it too. Then the teams are decided. Then let's start playing airfield hockey. Thus began the air hockey matchup between Shimizu-san and me versus AI-san. I'll start since the puck came out from here. Alright, go ahead. The puck seemed to be ejected in AI-san's direction. AI-san sets the puck down. Here I go. Take this. AI-san hits the puck toward our goal. Just as the puck approaches Shimizu-san, it disappears with a sound. What? Suddenly, the score on our side shows a number 1. Shimizu-san's returned puck had somehow made it into the goal. I'm not satisfied with the previous match at the store. So, I'll win here and feel refreshed. Shimizu-san's face displays a predator's smile. This is not good, Daiki-kun. It seems like switch has been flipped. Should I change team now? I think this game will be one-sided. dominated by Shimizu-san, and even if I switch with AI-san, it might still end up one-sided. Don't worry, I have a secret plan. AI-san holds the puck and points to the back of Shimizu-san. Wait, what's that? What's happening behind you? Shimizu-san and I turn around, but there isn't anything unusual. An opening. Take this deadly attack. Shuri victory smash. I hear the sound of the puck being hit. In an instant, AI-san unexpectedly shoots the puck toward our goal. It's a surprise attack. Just as I think the puck has entered our goal, there's a thud sound, and our team's score shows the number 2. What the? AI-san couldn't hide her shock. What are you doing? You've been using the same move since long ago, so it's not going to work anymore. And the name of your special move, Shuri, has the same meaning as victory. Oh my god. To think that our beautiful sisterly memories have turned into a joke. Please play fair when you are playing with your sisters. AI-san's secret plan has failed. I wonder what she's going to do next. I didn't want to use this dirty trick because it's not fair, but I had no choice. I don't think we need to worry about that anymore. Since the previous strategy was cowardly enough, just go ahead and try. Shimizu-san is still full of determination. I don't think AI-san can take the goal from Shimizu-san, though. Let's go. Operation name. The distance between him and me is closer than I thought, and my heart is pounding. What is this feeling? Strategy. Take this. As AI-san announces her strategy, she hit the puck toward our goal. Let's go. Operation name. The distance between him and me is closer than I thought, and my heart is pounding. What is this feeling? Strategy. Take this. As AI-san announces her strategy, she hit the puck toward our goal. It's too long. Shimizu-san responds with a retort and hits the puck back. What? However, this time the puck's speed seems slower, and AI-san hits it back again. The puck was on a trajectory that was about halfway between me and Shimizu-san. Just as I thought that Shimizu-san would start to move to intercept the shot, she suddenly slowed down and stopped, looking at me. Shimizu-san. Although I managed to hit it back somehow, I couldn't hit the puck cleanly, and it slowly headed toward AI-san. Chance. Oreo. AI-san's puck was not hit back and went into our goal. Why did you stop in the middle, Shimizu-san? Because you were closer than I thought. What do you mean? Why couldn't Shimizu-san hit the puck if I was close to her? Foo. It seems like my plan worked. AI-san crosses her arms and wears a proud expression. By plan, do you mean that long and incomprehensible thing? I feel like crying a little due to the harsh criticism, but that's exactly right. AI-san pointed at Shimizu-san. San, you have a weakness, don't you? What's this all of a sudden? Weaknesses? I can't think of any weaknesses that would put Shimizu-san at a disadvantage in this situation. If Daiku-kan is next to you, you find it difficult. As AI-san begins to speak, Shimizu-san quickly moves towards AI-san and physically blocks her mouth with her hands. What are you trying to say all of a sudden? MMFFW. AI-san taps Shimizu-san's hand a few times and declares surrender. Shimizu-san sees this and releases AI-san. That was dangerous. I almost departed to heaven. That's because you were casually trying to say something outrageous. What was AI-san trying to say? And what would happen to Shimizu-san when I'm next to her? But I haven't said anything yet. Well, anyway. The innocent and naive San can't show her true abilities when she's so close to Deki-kun. If I can exploit that, I can easily defeat you. Are you happy to win with that? It doesn't matter. As long as I win, I can do whatever it takes. Don't suddenly become obsessed with winning. Usually, you prioritize having fun and don't care about winning or losing. Indeed, AI-san doesn't seem to be the kind of person who is obsessed with winning. Since you say things like that, this is what you get. You better get back next to Deki-kun now. I'll give you a good beating. AI-san strikes a fighting pose and throws a punch into the air. Shimizu-san still seemed to have something to say, but AI-san shooed her away and came back to me. Shimizu-san, are you okay? She's not going to listen to anyone anymore. It seemed that way to me too. Anyway, Shimizu-san, I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Shimizu-san has a puzzled look on her face as if she can't think of anything that would require an apology. I don't really understand. But it's because of me that Shimizu-san wasn't in top form earlier, right? That. How should I put it? It's because of you, but at the same time, it's not entirely because of you. Am I at fault or not? Which one is it? Well, you don't have to worry about it, got it? But what if we both end up in a position where we can take the puck like earlier? We'll split up by location. I'll take care of this half. So if it comes to your side, you take the shot. That way, we won't have to worry about a situation like before arises. Roger that. In that case, can I ask Shimizu-san to take the first shot? Sure. Are both of you ready for my strategy? Then come on. It won't go as smoothly as before, you know. The second part of the Shimizu sisters airfield hockey duel has begun. Here I go. Shimizu-san, go for it. I know. Aura. Shimizu-san quickly moves and returns the puck. AI-san, unable to react in time, lets the puck go into the goal. It seems like we've scored this time. K, that's pretty good. It seems like you're gradually sinking well with Daiki-kun. One-chan is starting to feel a little jealous. You're better than I thought you'd be. AI. With less than a minute remaining, the score is currently tied at 5-5. Our team has been scoring points with Shimizu-san's powerful strikes using her athletic abilities, and AI-san has been scoring precise goals by accurately hitting the puck even after we divided our location. We don't have much time left. Yeah. The next one to score wins. That's right. And the winner gets to give orders to the loser. What are you talking about? All of a sudden, thinking that she has an advantage with the puck on her side, AI-san starts adding a new rule. It's only natural that the winner has the right to give orders to the loser, right? Don't tell me. K. Are you not confident? Shimizu-san, that's just AI-san's provocation. Don't fall for it. I know. Who would fall for such an obvious provocation? I see. San is playing with two people and has an advantage, but she's scared to death. Wow. Fine. I'll take you up on your offer. Shimizu-san? It seems that Shimizu-san is more susceptible to provocation than I thought. I'm starting to worry about her a little. Well then, it's decided. There's not much time left, so let's go for the finishing move. Never-ending attack. Nibending Uataku. AI-san is now hitting the puck into a good trajectory again. I'll hit it. Understood. Even though I was closer to the puck, I decided to trust Shimizu-san and leave it to her. Aura. Shimizu-san hits the puck back, heading straight for AI-san's goal. Just when we were confident that it would be a goal, the puck disappeared with a thud sound. The next thing I knew, the score had been updated and the number on AI-san's side had changed to 6. At the same time, the game-ending buzzer sounds. The intense game ends with AI-san winning by 6-5. You let your guard down. If I know who's going to hit and where they're going to hit, I can deal with a fast shot. Based on our previous fight, I had a pretty good idea which Wake would hit and the trajectory she was going to take, so I could counter it. Shimizu-san can't hide her frustration. From her explanation, it seems that AI-san's last score wasn't just a coincidence. Since I won, both of you will obey my orders as promised. Wait a minute. What's wrong? K. You won't break a promise, right? AI-san has a wicked smile on her face. It seems that being able to give orders to Shimizu-san brings her great joy. I'll do it. Because I'm the one who said I'd listen to your orders if we lose, I'll take orders for both of us. I mean, don't give Hondo any unreasonable orders. Shimizu-san, you can't do that. Indeed, Shimizu-san was the one who made the promise to obey orders. However, I don't think it's fair to burden her with all the responsibility. It's fine. In the first place, it was my fault for falling for AI's provocation. So I'll take care of it. Is that okay with you? AI-san looks straight at Shimizu-san. Yeah. Okay. Then let's get K to listen to some special command. Shimizu-san. Don't worry, Daiki-kun. It's not a hard command. Well then, let's move to the next destination. AI-san grabbed Shimizu-san's arm and started to lead us along. I followed behind them as we headed to our next destination. We've arrived at our destination. Is this the place? Looking around, I see an area with several print sticker machines. commonly known as Pacura machines. Do we have to do this? Good answer. Very perceptive, K. Well, there are only Pacura machines around here, so it's hard not to know. Besides, aren't Pacura usually taken with friends? Is that so? AI-san seems to have a face as if she wants to ask if there's a problem. If that's the case, then why did you suddenly take Pacura with Hondo, whom I met for the first time today? Indeed, my memories with Deki-kun are only available today, but we had meals together, looked at clothes, and played at the game center today. Isn't that already a good friend? It's too early to become friends. It seems that AI-san's judgment on whether or not we are friends is a bit lenient. Besides, even without a command, I would have taken Pacura for you. Foo foo foo. What's with that sudden laughter? AI-san looks like she's up to something. Are you saying that I'm using my precious command rights on K just to take ordinary Pacura? You're naive. K. Sweeter than a cookie with too much sugar. That's the cookies you usually make. AI? Yeah, that's right. I have a sweet tooth, so I tend to put in too much sugar. No, that's not it. Oh well, for now, it's time to relax. AI-san points sharply at Shimizu-san. What are you planning? You'll find out in a little while. Well then, Deki-kun. K. We'll prepare a bit and come back. Can you wait around here for a while? Okay, but I don't have to go? It's a promise with K that I won't give you any big commands, so just wait here and be excited. Understood. I wonder what AI-san is planning to do with Shimizu-san. I can't help but feel anxious. Okay, then let's go. K, follow me. I have a bad feeling about this. Shimizu-san is pulled away by AI-san, and they disappear from my sight. 10 minutes had passed since AI-san had taken Shimizu-san away. There is no sign of the Shimizu sisters coming back. As I ponder what to do with nothing to do, I hear a familiar voice from behind. Hey, Deki-kun, are you waiting for long? No, I'm fine. AI-san, what kind of outfit is that? I turned my head in the direction where the voice came from. There, the Shimizu sisters, dressed as maids, are standing. Surprised, aren't you? You can borrow costumes for taking pictures at the Pacura machines here. Oh, I see. I didn't know. I've always wanted to cosplay and take Pacura with K. AI-san's excitement is evident in her expression. It's a maid outfit. Isn't it lovely? AI-san leaned her arm on her hip and proudly showed me the costume. She unconsciously poses to emphasize her ample bosom, making it a little difficult for me to look at her. Yes, I think it looks good. The maid's uniform is based on black, with a white apron worn over it. She also wears a headband with frills, and the skirt is long, resembling the design of a maid working in a mansion. There was also a cute maid uniform with a mini skirt that you would see at a maid cafe, but Kay said she didn't like mini skirts, so I reluctantly compromised and chose this one. Although I couldn't capture Kay in the white dress before, this maid uniform in the same elegant style works just as well. AI-san lightly bowed while holding the skirt. It seemed like a gesture she often performed, and I couldn't help but be impressed. I actually wanted to make Deki-kun a maid too, but I promised Kay not to give big orders to Deki-kun, and there are no costumes here for boys. Huh? I felt like she said something terribly scary with a smiling face. Deki-kun has a somewhat neutral and cute face, and your body is slender, so I think you would also look good in cross-dressing. Ah, thank you. Regarding my face, I actually want to look a bit more masculine, so being called cute honestly gives me mixed feelings. Hey, if you don't honestly say you don't want to, I might make you dress up as a woman. Shimizu-san, who was watching beside her, gave me a very important warning. Well, AI-san, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Oh, that's a shame. Deki-kun, you're like an unpolished diamond that would shine if you were polished. AI-san seemed genuinely disappointed. I'd rather keep the diamond unpolished for the rest of my life, though. Well, I can't help it. I'll wait for Deki-kun's feelings to change slowly. That aside, how about Kay in a maid outfit, Deki-kun? I shifted my gaze to Shimizu-san, perhaps because the image of Shimizu-san from the time when we were first-year students, with blonde hair and a disheveled uniform, still remained in me. I felt a significant gap in seeing the current Shimizu-san, who had long black hair and an elegant maid like Cora. What is it? Don't look at me so seriously. Although Shimizu-san glared at me, there was less intimidation since she was dressed as a maid. Even though she asked me not to look, Ai-san asked for my opinion, so I stared intently at her figure. Ai-san gives off a lively maid vibe, while Shimizu-san gives off a calm, cool, beautiful maid vibe. I think both of you look good. Incredible, Daiki-kun, praising both girls at the same time. I wish my childhood friend could learn from you. By the way, you're a calm, cool and beautiful maid. I'm happy for you. Shut up. Shimizu-san turns away from me and I can't see her expression. She's not very honest. Is she? Well, now that we have Daiki-kun's feedback, let's go take some Pacura right away. Do we really have to take them in this outfit? Shimizu-san's words sounded weak. I guess she really doesn't like it. Even if you show me your cute side and try to shake my heart, it won't work. I'm willing to become a demon if it's for taking pictures with. Saying that, the lively maid firmly grabbed Shimizu-san and me with her hands and headed towards the photo booth. It's a dream come true to cosplay as sisters and in maid outfits. I'm so incredibly happy. Maybe I'm going to die today? I want to disappear. After taking the photo and changing back into our original clothes, the Shimizu sisters had completely opposite levels of excitement. Why do you look like you're about to do a Shimizu dive? We had so much fun. You're the only one who had fun. You made us do such embarrassing poses. Is that so? Daiki-kun, did you have fun? Ahaha. TN. Shimizu refers to Shimizu Falls, a sacred waterfall associated with a nearby temple of the Tendai sect of Buddhism called Shimizu-san Kenryuji Hochiin. I couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. This time, I could understand Shimizu-san's feelings to some extent. Even I felt a little embarrassed doing a pose where I winked with one eye and made a heart shape with both hands. Daiki-kun too. It can't be helped. Well then, let's have another go at it. Are we going to take another photo? Shimizu-san asked Ai-san hesitantly. Of course. But this time, we won't cosplay. Our only purpose is to take a Pacura photo. Well, that's fine then. Shimizu-san seemed worn out mentally as if now anything would do as long as it didn't involve cosplay. Is Daiki-kun okay with that too? Yes, I'm fine with that. Since we had come this far, I decided to go along until the end. Halfway forgetting the purpose of my visit to the mall, I walk over to the photo booth. Okay, let's take a picture. As soon as Ai-san entered the booth, she quickly inserted the money and started setting up the photo booth. Ai-san, I've got my own money. It's fine. This time, it's my treat. Instead of that, what kind of pose should we do? Anything is fine. Shimizu-san didn't seem as enthusiastic as Ai-san. Or rather, one could say that Ai-san was overly enthusiastic. No, that won't do. We have to commemorate this special day. Don't you want to do an interesting pose? If it's too strange, I won't do it. Don't worry. Trust one-chan. I can't trust you. That's why I'm pointing it out. While the sisters were arguing, a mechanical voice suddenly came from the screen in front of us. The camera will begin counting down to the first shot. Oh, we're about to take the first shot. Let's line up, everyone. Saying that, Ai-san pulled me and Shimizu-san, who was behind her, a little forward while she moved further to the front and crouched down. Why are Hondo and I next to each other this time? Earlier, Kei and I were wearing matching outfits, so I wanted to be next to Kei, but now I'm a little shorter than both of you, so this arrangement feels better. I see. I didn't know that was the intention behind this arrangement. On the screen in front, the three of us were captured. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the distance between Shimizu-san and I was a little far from each other. Shimizu-san, can we get a little closer? Why all of a sudden? Because Shimizu-san and I are a bit far apart. Is it not okay? Well, it's not like it's a problem. We don't have much time. Let's start with a classic peace sign. Countdown, 3, 2. I made a peace sign with one hand and took a step closer to Shimizu-san. Just after that, there was a sound of a shutter and a flash went off. Let's see. Oh, it came out pretty good, didn't it? The image on the screen showed the three of them posing for a picture. Looking closely, I felt that Shimizu-san in the image was about half a step closer to me than she was now. Now, how should we take the next one? Can we just do whatever pose we like? Geez, Kei is so indifferent. One-chan is so sad. Daiki-kun, do you have any pose you want to do? I don't have any particular pose either. I don't have many opportunities to take pictures, so I can't think of any poses. Young people these days, aren't they a little cold towards me? Well, never mind. Next, let's go freestyle. Leave it to each person's senses. I'm looking forward to what kind of funny picture it will be. Don't raise the bar unnecessarily. The camera will begin counting down to the second shot. Once again, a mechanical voice began to announce the countdown. Come on. It's about to start. Have you both decided on your poses? Not at all. After much deliberation, I decided to strike a fighting pose, at least not the same one as before. The flash went off again. How about this time? Kei, at least strike some pose. Shimizu-san in the image was just standing without posing, as AI-san had said, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like Shimizu-san had moved half a step closer to me compared to when we took the previous picture. I couldn't think of a pose. If you had said so earlier, I would have taught you my super funny pose. I would rather not pose than do that. AI-san's pose in the second picture was unique and hard to describe. I can understand why Shimizu-san refused. Well, there is one more time, so it's fine. What pose should we do for the last one? Suddenly, a ringing sound was heard. It wasn't my ringtone, so it must be from either Shimizu's sister's phone. AI-san hurriedly took out her phone from her bag. Hello, it's me. Yeah. Can you wait a moment? AI-san turns to us. Sorry, I have to take this call, but I'll be right back. I don't think I'll make it in time for the last picture, so you two should take it together. With that said, AI-san went outside the photo booth. What should we do? What do you mean? We just need to take the picture. Is Shimizu-san okay with that? Unlike AI-san, Shimizu-san wasn't that enthusiastic about taking pictures. If you told me we have to take several more, I would refuse. But one picture is fine. Besides, it's nothing. Let's just take it. I don't want to bother with posing. The camera will begin counting down to the third shot. The final countdown begins. It seems strange for me to be the only one posing, so I decide to be natural for the last shot. As the countdown reached single digits and I looked toward the camera, I felt something touch my shoulder. Before I could react to the sensation, the flash went off, suddenly leaving like that. Sorry about that. Did the last shot turn out well? AI-san walked into the photo booth with an apologetic look on her face. Well, maybe. I wonder how the last photo turned out. Oh? I also leaned in from behind AI-san to check the image. There. It captured Shimizu-san and me leaning our shoulders against each other. Oh my, Kei, you've become bold. No, that is, my legs just got tangled up a bit. Since I didn't see it directly, I didn't realize that Shimizu-san's leg was tangled. I'm glad she didn't fall. Well, let's just leave it at that. It's not about leaving it at that. That's how it is. Are you going to edit the photo? Don't say edit. Enhance. Do you both want enhancements? The meaning doesn't seem to differ much, but AI-san seems to be very particular about it. I'm fine. I'll pass too. Huh? It's so much fun to enhance it together. Well, forcing someone is not good, I guess. Then, I'll enhance the photo to the fullest. You two can keep each other entertained nearby. Okay, sure. But don't take too long. While AI-san enhanced the photo, Shimizu-san and I had to find a way to pass the time together. Shimizu-san, do you usually come to the game center? No. I'm not really interested, so it's rare for me to go here. How about you? Yuno likes to play games, so I sometimes accompany her. After leaving the photo booth for a few minutes, we wandered around the game center without any specific destination. What do you do when you come with your sister? I usually play versus games with her. I'm not very good at games, so Yuno always tells me to get better. I guess it's not easy being an older brother, Aniki. Well, I'm having fun too, so it's okay. As we walked and talked, Shimizu-san suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Shimizu-san? When I followed Shimizu-san's gaze, there was a crane game machine. Inside, There were several teddy bear plushies. Looking closely at the teddy bears, they had droopy eyes and gave an impression of looking sleepy. Shimizu-san, do you want that? No. Of course not. But Shimizu-san, didn't you just stare at that plushie? It just happened to catch my eye, that's all. Shimizu-san emphasized that it was a coincidence. Perhaps it was just my imagination that she seemed concerned about it. Well, since we have time, why don't we give it a try? Shimizu-san's expression briefly brightened. Then she shook her head and returned to her original expression. It was as if something was fighting inside Shimizu-san. I guess I can't help it. I'm not interested, but I'm free, so I can give it a try once. That's good. Then, let's give it a try. Great. It seems like she is willing to give it a try. And so, the teddy bear capture operation between Shimizu-san and me began. The claw catches the stuffed bear and pulls it into the air. However, the claw was not strong enough and the plushie fell back to its original position. Oh no. Why? Let's try again. Shimizu-san, are you still going to continue? A few minutes after the start of the operation, Shimizu-san continued to challenge the claw machine alone. Initially, Shimizu-san and I were supposed to take turns with one attempt each. But Shimizu-san kept saying, one more time, and I completely lost the timing to switch. That was close, wasn't it? I'll get it next time. Is that so? No matter how many times she tries, the plushie quickly falls and the position doesn't seem to change much. Okay, here I go. Shimizu-san puts a 100 yen coin into the arm again. This time, just like before, the teddy bear plushie moved up and fell down again and didn't change its position significantly. Where did I go wrong? Honestly, it's a bit cruel to say this, but it seems that Shimizu-san has absolutely no aptitude for crane games. Let's wrap it up soon. Shimizu-san. AI-san must be waiting for us, right? But Shimizu-san looked genuinely disappointed. It seems like she really wanted that plushie. All right, if that's the case, can you let me try once? Let's each try one more time, and if it doesn't work, let's go back to AI-san. I don't have much experience with crane games either, but it's probably more likely for me to succeed than Shimizu-san. Okay, great. It seems like Shimizu-san is willing to accept my suggestion. Well then, I'll try. The final teddy bear capture operation by Shimizu-san and me commenced. I put in a 100 yen coin and took hold of the controller. It is difficult to count on Shimizu-san's disastrous improvement in skill. The only way to win the plushie is for me to capture it in one go. I exhaled slowly and focused my gaze. Carefully manipulating the controller, I slowly moved the claw closer to the plushie from above. Just as the claw reached directly above the plushie, I pressed the button to make it descend. Now the claw swiftly descended and grabbed the plushie. Without falling, it was lifted up all the way. I glanced to the side and saw Shimizu-san staring at the plushie as if praying. Whether the prayer worked or not, the plushie remained stable until the end and eventually fell from the claw into the retrieval chute. I got it, Shimizu-san. I took the stuffed bear out of the slot and showed it to Shimizu-san. Well, good for you. For a moment, Shimizu-san's eyes sparkled like a child, but she quickly regained composure. However, there still seemed to be a lingering excitement in her eyes when looking at the plushie. Shimizu-san, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Could you take this plushie? Huh? Why me? Why don't you give it to your sister? Tayuna tends to handle things a bit roughly. I'd feel sorry for this plushie. This is not a lie. Tayuna's room is always a mess no matter when I visit it. Therefore, even if I give her this teddy bear plushie, I have a feeling that in a few days, it will end up being used as a replacement for a beanbag chair. So, Shimizu-san, would you take care of this teddy bear instead? I handed the teddy bear to Shimizu-san. She reaches out her hand, then retracts it midway, and after a moment of hesitation, she reaches out her hand again and accepts the teddy bear from me. Then I'll take it. I won't return it later, though. Shimizu-san, hugging the teddy bear, seems happier than before. Fufu. Why are you suddenly laughing? I mean, Shimizu-san, I didn't expect you to like teddy bears. That's because this bear is. Maybe because Shimizu-san brought the teddy bear close to her mouth. Her voice became quieter, overshadowed by the surrounding sounds, and I couldn't hear it well. Maybe I should explain why I said it was surprising, just in case. When I said it was unexpected, I didn't mean it in a bad way. I just thought it was cute, that's all. Shimizu-san? Don't call me cute all of a sudden. Anyway, let's go. AI is waiting for us. Alright. Then let's go to AI-san. Okay. The teddy bear capture operation ended successfully, and Shimizu-san and I began walking toward the area where AI-san was waiting with the Pacura machine. And Daki-kun. I've been waiting. What were you doing? Oh, that teddy bear is adorable. How did you get that? When we returned, AI-san had already finished and was waiting for us in front of the Pacura machine. Got it from the crane game. Huh, I thought Kay was terrible at crane games. I didn't say it was me. She certainly didn't say it, but it felt like she implied it was her. Didn't win it, but Kay has it. I see. AI-san closed her mouth with her hand and seemed to be signaling that she was hiding a smile behind her hand. What? No, I'm just glad you got an unexpected present. And here's a present from me to you too. AI-san said and handed us something like a thick piece of paper. It's a picture we took just now. I enhanced it with special effects, so please take good care of it. Hey, the second picture. My face is too dark. I looked at the second picture we took, and sure enough, there was a brown-skinned Shimizu-san and me in it. Well, when I was thinking about how I could make myself look whiter, and I thought, why don't I make the people around me darker? Her way of thinking was devilish. As I looked at the received Pacura, I noticed that the last one, featuring only Shimizu-san and me, hadn't been edited at all. AI-san, what's wrong? Why didn't you add effects to the last Pacura of Shimizu-san and me? Oh, well. When I asked, AI-san chuckled happily. I guess it's because I didn't want to get kicked by a horse. Huh? You don't need to understand that right now. Well, just make sure you don't lose that Pacura. Okay. When will I understand the meaning behind that? Right now, I have no idea. Chapter 8, Shimizu-san and the shared umbrella. Something came up? Yeah, I made plans to hang out with my friend after the phone call earlier. After leaving the game center, the three of us took a break at the food court inside the shopping mall. The three of us had a drink that we had just bought in front of us. If that's the case, is it okay for you to linger around? It's okay, according to our conversation. We'll meet up here in a little while. All right. Does that mean we'll part ways here today? That's the way it should be. I'm worried that Tayuno might get tired of waiting since I ended up staying here longer than planned due to meeting the Shimizu sisters. But I'm sure she'll understand if I explain it to her. I might be, but you guys are different. Huh? Yes? Since we had fun hanging out together, just go home together. You didn't have to go home with me. Well, I was planning to head back as soon as my business was done. Shimizu-san and I were on the train after talking at the food court for a while. In the end, AI-san went to hang out with her friend while Shimizu-san and I headed home. AI-san told me the general location of Shimizu-san's house, and it turns out that my house and Shimizu-san's house are relatively close. Did Shimizu-san not have anything else to do? No, I don't. I don't like crowded places to begin with. Then, did you only come to the mall because AI-san invited you? Yeah. When she asked if I had any plans, I said no, and then she said, let's go buy clothes together, so I got dragged along. I see, so that's what happened. AI-san certainly gives the impression of someone lively enough to do something like that. She's always so pushy. Shimizu-san sighed. It is rare to see Shimizu-san being pushed around by someone. You two seem very close. Shimizu-san had a look of discontent. Well, since you're always together, I guess most people would assume that. Isn't that a sign of you two being close? She comes to my room without my permission though. It means AI-san really likes you. Shimizu-san, say whatever you want. Shimizu-san turned away. It seems she's given up trying to argue with me. By the way, didn't you have a younger sister? Yeah, I do. How is it between you and your sister? I don't know much about other siblings, so I can't say for sure, but I think we're pretty close. We play games and watch anime together. You have no complaints about Tayuno? There are some minor things, like her dislike for vegetables and being lazy, but overall, I guess she can be a bit selfish at times, and that's my only worry. So even you have things you worry about with your family. I'm not that unhappy about it, but there's a possibility that Tayuno herself might face difficulties in the future. What do you mean? If she relies too much on me, she might have a hard time when I'm not around anymore due to going to college or finding a job. For now, I'm taking care of cooking and other household chores until our parents come back, so it's fine. But I can't imagine Tayuno doing the housework if I'm no longer here. In the end, it's about worrying for your sister. Are you a bit of a siscon? Well, everyone who has a sister worries about her more or less, probably. I feel like I'm making a bad excuse by exaggerating the subject, but I don't think there's anything wrong with what I said. That's an exaggeration. At least AI is never worried about me. That's not true. AI-san must be worried sometimes about Shimizu-san too. How do you know that? I can't say it's because I talked about it with AI-san at a family restaurant when Shimizu-san wasn't there. Besides, AI-san seemed to want to keep that conversation a secret. I guess I have a hunch because we are the same. Having a younger sister. What are you talking about? Shimizu-san looks at me with a bewildered expression. I think it's natural because it was a reason that even I didn't fully understand. Anyway, I think AI-san is always thinking about Shimizu-san, too. Well, if you insist so much, let's leave it at that. Shimizu-san doesn't seem convinced, but it seems like she understands what I'm saying. By the way, I met AI-san for the first time today, but she's a very kind one, san. Isn't she? Is it? She's just doing what she wants to do. Maybe because she's her family. Shimizu-san seems to have a strict evaluation of AI-san. I do feel that she is faithful to her own desires, but I think she also pays attention to those around her. She was very easy to talk to even though I had never met her before, and the conversation was interesting and enjoyable. Mew-ha. Why does Shimizu-san seem slightly dissatisfied? AI is much more inappropriate at home, you know. Maybe she doesn't have to worry about anything at home. She's always fussing about how she doesn't understand something before exams. I see, she's studying hard before the exams. Suddenly, Shimizu-san starts exposing things about AI-san. Is this payback for AI-san exposing old memories at the family restaurant? Shimizu-san, why are you telling me about AI-san's shortcomings? Because you keep praising AI. I don't know why, but it seems that Shimizu-san doesn't like it when only AI-san is praised. In that case, I've decided what to do. If that's the case, what would you like to be praised for? Shimizu-san. Huh? What is this all of a sudden? Shimizu-san doesn't like it when only AI-san gets praised, right? If that's the case, I thought it would be better to praise Shimizu-san too. I think it's a good idea. It feels good to compliment someone and the person being praised would feel better too. What are you talking about? I don't want it. Besides, there's nothing to praise me for. Shimizu-san's self-evaluation seems lower than I thought. It seems like I need to tell Shimizu-san about her good points. That's not true. I will tell you what I think is good about Shimizu-san. First of all, you're kind. Shimizu-san took the initiative to help me when I was the only one in charge of cutting the ingredients in the last cooking class. I think I told you that at that time, but it made me happy. Second, you're hardworking. When you gave me bento before, you were practicing cooking so hard that you had to wrap your fingers in band-aids. I admire that kind of effort. Third, stop. Why? I'm just getting started. Too much. I've heard enough. Shimizu-san hides her mouth with a teddy bear plush, making it impossible for me to read her expression. You don't have to be reserved because there's still plenty of things I want to say. I'm not being reserved. Just be quiet until we get to the station. When I looked closer at Shimizu-san, I noticed that her ears seemed to have turned slightly red. She seemed to be embarrassed. Well, okay. From then on, Shimizu-san and I sat silently in our seats without speaking until we reached the nearest station. It's raining, isn't it? Yeah. Just as we were about to leave the station, the rain began to fall. The rain, which started out as a light drizzle, gradually increased in intensity and soon turned into a downpour. Shimizu-san, do you have an umbrella? I didn't bring one. Did you? Yes. I brought a folding umbrella. I took out the folding umbrella from my shoulder bag and showed it to Shimizu-san. If you have one, that's good. I guess we'll part ways here today. I'm fine with that, but what about you, Shimizu-san? I'll call my parents. Saying that, Shimizu-san took out her smartphone from her bag and showed it to me. In that case, I guess you'll be fine. Yeah, so hurry up and go. Got it. See you at school then. See you. I turned my back to Shimizu-san and left the station. What should I do? After some time had passed since Hondo left, I stayed in the station and gazed at the rainy sky. I told Hondo I would call my parents, but they had gone out today and would not return until tonight. I don't know if AI has an umbrella, and I didn't want to interfere with her time with her friends in the first place. The only thing I could do was to go home by myself, but the rain only intensified and showed no signs of stopping. I'm at a complete loss. I would be likely to catch a cold if I were to run home in this rain without an umbrella, and more importantly, my dress and the plush would get wet. Unconsciously, I realized that I prioritized the condition of my dress and the plush over my own well-being and was taken aback. What am I thinking? Just because I was praised for my clothes once by him, he had praised AI, and he had also complimented the other clothes I wore. But there was something different about his face when he praised this dress. Somehow, he seemed to be captivated by it. I shook my head from side to side. There was no way that person would react like that. That dense guy would never notice my feelings, no matter how much I tried to appeal to him. However, it doesn't mean that he was completely unresponsive. He did notice a few things. I shook my head from side to side once again. I didn't care about that person's reaction. Besides, what about this plush? It was just an ordinary teddy bear plush that you could find anywhere, but this one feels special, as it was something that he had chosen for me. Shimizu-san. I must have been thinking about him too much that I even heard an auditory hallucination. Was I really this weak? Since becoming a high school student, I have tried to keep people away and not show my weaknesses, and yet, that person was by my side, slowly making me more vulnerable little by little. Shimizu-san? A face appeared in front of me. Caught off guard by the suddenness of it, I let out a not-so-pretty sound and jumped back. Hondo stood holding an umbrella in front of me as if it were natural. Hondo, why are you here? Why? Because I turned back on my way back home. I'm asking why you came back. No particular reason, I guess. Huh? Shimizu-san looked at me as if she couldn't understand me. Well, I think that reaction is understandable. I had a feeling that Shimizu-san was still here. I thought so when I was on my way home. Shimizu-san is so nice to me. Maybe Shimizu-san lied to make it easier for me to go back home. What were you planning to do if I had just gone back normally? Then I would have thought I was overthinking and gone back again. Shimizu-san's face seemed exasperated, and she appeared to be pondering about something. Well, it's a good thing Shimizu-san was here. If you're here means you have no way to get home, right? Yes. Do you have a solution for that? Well, about that, why do you suddenly sound hesitant? You can use my umbrella. Huh? Shimizu-san's reaction was not much different from what I had expected. I looked at the nearby convenience store, but they were sold out of vinyl umbrellas. So I only have one umbrella for you. Then what about you? How are you going to get back? I don't know. Maybe I'll ask Tayuna to pick me up. Even though Tayuna is not fond of going out, I'm sure she would come to help me if I'm in trouble. Half? Yes? Can you lend me half of it? You mean sharing the umbrella? Don't bother rephrasing it. So, what do you say? Is Shimizu-san okay with that? It's strange for you to have an umbrella and not use it, but I don't want to get my dress or plush toys wet in the rain. So, please let me put them in your umbrella. Shimizu-san told me in a strained voice. All right, in that case, can you get under the umbrella? Oh, okay. Shimizu-san hesitantly entered under my umbrella. Thus, Shimizu-san and I started moving toward our home from the station. The rain won't stop, huh? I guess so. A few minutes after leaving the station, we walked quietly under the rainy sky. Shimizu-san, am I walking too fast? It's fine. That's good then. The conversation stopped. I wonder how we were able to talk normally before. It's not a common experience for me, so I don't know what to do either. Hey, what is it, Shimizu-san? Come closer to me. What's going on all of a sudden? Your shoulder is wet. You'll catch a cold. Shimizu-san seems concerned about the side opposite to the one holding the umbrella. Just a little wet. It's fine. I don't want you to catch a cold while you're lending me an umbrella. Come closer. Is it okay if it's a little cramped? This umbrella is not that big since it is a folding umbrella. To avoid getting wet, maybe we need to get close enough that our shoulders would touch. It's fine. So come over here. If Shimizu-san says so, there's no reason to refuse. I moved closer to Shimizu-san until our shoulders were almost touching. That's good enough. Thank you, Shimizu-san. It's your umbrella, so there's no need to thank me. Fufu. What are you laughing? Shimizu-san glared at me. Oops, I accidentally laughed. I just thought that Shimizu-san was really nice. What? What's this all of a sudden? It's nothing. Just something I thought. If you say it like that, you're so much better than me because you came back to the station for me even though you're not even sure I'm there. Somehow, I'm just doing it to make sure I don't regret anything. You've said that before, but what does it mean? Is there a reason for that? Have I said that to Shimizu-san before? I don't remember. It's not a big reason, but I had a small regret in the past. I just don't want to feel that anymore. What happened? I didn't expect Shimizu-san to be interested. I hesitate to speak, but I guess it's not something to hide. It's a story from when I was little. I had a friend named Jukun. I didn't know where he was from, but he was always at the park. We played together, and before I knew it, Jukun and I became close friends. Shimizu-san quietly listens to my story. We played at the nearby park every day, but after about a year, older kids started coming to the park, and then, they started teasing me and Jukun. I ignored them, and Jukun didn't react to them, so I thought Jukun didn't mind either, but I was wrong. After an incident, Jukun suddenly stopped coming to the park. Shimizu-san didn't say anything. She seems to be waiting for me to tell her the rest of the story. After that, no matter how many times I went to the park, Jukun wasn't there. I regretted it so much at the time. I thought if I had told them to stop teasing us, maybe Jukun wouldn't have disappeared. Since then, I've been trying not to have any regrets. It doesn't seem like a big story when I finish telling it. It's not an exciting or amusing story either. Neither Shimizu-san nor I say anything more, and only the sound of rain can be heard. Sorry. Yes? Shimizu-san was the first to open her mouth. I didn't expect to be apologized to, so I couldn't come up with a proper response. I guess it's something you don't want to remember. Shimizu-san seems to be concerned about reminding me of a bitter memory. True. It was sad that we couldn't meet anymore, but there were many happy memories with Jukun. I don't dislike remembering them that much. Aren't you forcing yourself? I'm really fine. Besides, I was happy. What do you mean happy? I'm happy that Shimizu-san showed interest in me. Shimizu-san tries to keep a distance from me, so I hurriedly move to avoid her getting wet. Shimizu-san, don't suddenly move like that. That's because you suddenly said something weird like that. I didn't mean to say anything weird. Maybe I didn't use the right words. Well, it's just that I often talk to Shimizu-san, but it's not often that Shimizu-san asks me questions. So when you ask me about myself like now, it makes me happy because it feels like we're getting a little closer. Shimizu-san, are you really happy about getting closer to someone like me? Shimizu-san muttered quietly. Of course I'm happy. Huh? But why? Well, because it's fun being with Shimizu-san. Fun being with me? Yeah. Shimizu-san is always fun to talk to. You're a strange person. Shimizu-san lowered her face, and I couldn't see her expression. Is that so? Shimizu-san is a good listener and interesting to talk to, so I feel like other people would also enjoy talking to you. You're the only one who thinks like that, is it? By the way, Shimizu-san, your ears have been a little red since earlier. Are you okay? Is it because of the cold? What? It's not red at all. Shimizu-san reflexively turns toward me. Ah. Your face is also a little red. Are you sure it's not because you're cold? It's not. It's your misunderstanding. If that's the case, then it's fine. I was worried it might be cold symptoms. Then Shimizu-san, are you feeling nervous about something? Why should I be nervous? I mean, There are people whose face turns red when they get nervous, so I wondered if Shimizu-san might be like that too. I am not. It seems it's not because of nervousness either. If so, was it just my misunderstanding that her face looked redder than usual? Aren't you the one who seems nervous? I guess it's my turn to be suspected. I try to think if I'm feeling nervous. Maybe. What do you mean maybe? What are you nervous about? I'm nervous about sharing an umbrella together. Ha ha. In the gap between ha and ha, Shimizu-san's expression changed drastically. It changed from an expression that seemed to say, "What are you talking about?" to an expression that seemed to say, "So you were thinking something like that?" I don't think I said anything weird. Just a moment ago, you were completely calm. Is it? Maybe I'm the type whose thoughts don't show on my face. But still, I didn't realize it myself. But maybe I have a poker face. It's true that I was nervous. Ah, really? What were you thinking right now? Are you going to be repulsed if I tell you? Depends on what you're talking about. That may be true, but I don't want to say it and have her be repulsed. As I think something like that, Shimizu-san lets out a small sigh. Okay, I'll make an effort not to. So, what were you thinking? Normally, I wouldn't get this close to Shimizu-san, so I feel a little excited. Why you? Exclamation mark. Shimizu-san quickly tries to distance herself again from me, and I quickly move while still holding the umbrella. I already told you not to move suddenly, Shimizu-san, and you said you wouldn't be repulsed. I just said I would make an effort. Also, if you said something like that, she said the latter part in a somewhat muffled voice, and it was a little difficult to hear. How about you, Shimizu-san? Have you ever shared an umbrella with someone before? For me, it's either getting wet together or lending an extra umbrella if someone has one. AI-san doesn't seem to have an umbrella. Even when it's raining, that person probably doesn't carry an umbrella. Ahaha. I couldn't help but laugh. It's easy to imagine AI-san dashing through the rain without an umbrella. In that case, AI-san won't be able to go home while it's raining. Well, hopefully the rain will stop before AI returns. I hope so. The conversation falls silent again. The sound of rain I hear seems slightly weaker than before, but it was unfortunate, by the way. If it weren't for AI, we could have gotten home before the rain started. Yeah, I'm glad I could meet Shimizu-san and her today, though. Why? Shimizu-san seems to not understand the reason. It's not that hard to figure out. It's because I got to meet Shimizu-san's sides that I don't know. A Shimizu-san who gets along with AI-san. A Shimizu-san who is engrossed in games. It's Shimizu-san's sides that I never see in school. I'm happy to see a different side of you. Stop. Shimizu-san's face became even redder than before. She seemed to realize it and turned her face away from me. It's fine now. Shimizu-san, I don't need the umbrella anymore, but it's still raining. As I was about to say that, I noticed that the sound of rain had stopped. When I looked up, the sunlight was peering through the gaps in the clouds. The rain has stopped, so we don't need the umbrella anymore. But it might start raining again. Shimizu-san? When I looked to the side, Shimizu-san wasn't there. Looking around, I saw Shimizu-san a few meters away, and her figure was gradually getting smaller. It seems she decided to run back before the rain started again. See you later at school, Shimizu-san, I shouted to Shimizu-san, who was now too far away to hear me. Chapter 9, Lunch Break Without Shimizu-san. Here comes one-chan. Everyone, make way. On the night I met Hondo at the shopping mall, I was reading a comic book in my room when AI, in her pajamas, barged in. Didn't I always tell you to knock and say something before entering someone's room? Forget about that for now. Tell me about your way back home. AI points her index finger straight at me. When will she ever knock before entering a room? Why are you acting so high and mighty? Because I'm actually Don't you dare underestimate the vice president of the student council. Don't try to assert your authority over your own sister at home. I'll be careful next time. Anyway, what happened with Daki-kun after that? AI, whose talent for derailing conversation is second to none, seems to have not forgotten her purpose. What do you mean? We just went home normally. AI looks at me suspiciously. What is it? San, I know who you are. Okay? No what? It was raining when you both left. And Kusan, you didn't have an umbrella, right? How did you manage to come back home without getting wet? Goo. Why is it that AI's memory is so sharp only at times like this? I wish she could put that memory to good use in her studies. I think you came back home before Mom and Dad arrived. So it must have been raining while you were on your way. Your clothes and bags didn't get wet either. In that case, I have a hypothesis. Stop beating around the bush and just say what you want to say. Fine. I'll be direct. You're using Daki-kun's umbrella, don't you? Why is it that only at times like this AI's reasoning is so brilliant? What do you think? Is there any mistake in my hypothesis? No. Even if I were to say that her hypothesis was wrong, the truth would eventually come out after some flaws were exposed. It would be less tiring to admit it from the beginning. Oh. The truth revealed. You're doing the sharing an umbrella thing, huh? It's not that big of a deal. It is a big deal. Who initiated it? I did. Although it was Hondo who first proposed lending the umbrella, it was my remark that led to us sharing the umbrella. You. The passive. I can't help it. I didn't want to get wet. Nothing special. It's just that. And yet, AI smiles mischievously. I see. Because your precious dress and the stuffed toy you won are both very important, you didn't want them to get wet, huh? I never said anything like that. But that's how it is, right? I didn't say you're wrong. AI keeps grinning and looking at me warmly. Yay, I received X's ready moment. You're so noisy. Just go back already. I point at the door, but AI looks at me with a somewhat exasperated expression. The night has only just begun, you know? Besides, I haven't heard all the details about sharing the umbrella. There's not much to say. There are no more details beyond the fact that I walked home with Hondo. Don't say that. What did you talk about on the way back? Tell One-chan. I recall the conversation on the way home today. I don't want to talk about Hondo's past, so I'll tell you what else we talked about. He said things like it's fun being with you. I'm happy to see a different side of you. And I get nervous when we share an umbrella. Daki-kun. He's more aggressive than I expected. Does that mean there's something between you two? I can't hide her excitement. I don't know if it's possible for people to get so excited about other people's love stories, though I don't have any examples other than AI. He didn't mean it that way. Although he may not be lying, I have serious doubts about whether Hondo sees me as a love interest. I doubt it. I don't think he would tell a girl he is not interested in that she is beautiful, give her a stuffed animal as a gift, or tell her he is nervous when they share the umbrella together. He does. He also called you cute when choosing clothes, didn't he? I can't help but feel a bit uneasy imagining him saying that to other girls. Based on what I saw today, I don't think Daki-kun is that kind of person. I should have asked if he's conscious of K as a girl. What scary thing are you trying to do? It gives me chills just thinking about it. I'm just kidding. Anyway, did Daki-kun take K home in the end? No, but I didn't see any umbrella that wasn't yours, so you must have arrived at Daki-kun's house first and borrowed an umbrella to come back, right? Why is it that her observations are so perceptive only at times like this? The rain stopped halfway. What do you mean? The rain stopped while we were walking home together, so I ran home alone. Why would you do that, pretty girl? I can't help it. I've been through a lot today and I'm at my limits. Today with Hondo that started with an unexpected encounter was too intense for me. You pure maiden. What are you doing? Missing out on such an opportunity. Who's the pure maiden? Pure at home. But it's true that I feel like I couldn't make the most of the unexpected chance I got. Feeling a bit down, AI, perhaps sensing this, put her hand on my shoulder. Well, I said some harsh things, but asking for opinions on clothes, getting closer during the photo shoot, suggesting sharing an umbrella. K, you did well compared to your usual attitude. Why are you suddenly saying that? I'm the type who encourages others with praise, you know. I've never heard that before. I haven't had many opportunities to be taught by AI, so I didn't know. That's right. Well, just like before, K, do your best at your own pace. AI, now, let's hear more about sharing the umbrella. What is it? Love's eyes were sparkling with curiosity. Yawn. On Monday, I arrived at school at the same time as usual and let out a small yawn. After that, I explained in detail to AI the series of events of walking home with Hondo and sharing an umbrella. By the time the explanation was over, the clock had already struck 12. That's why I was slightly sleep-deprived compared to usual. I fought against drowsiness as I opened my shoe locker. Geez. I unintentionally let out a voice. There was something other than my shoes inside. Hey, Daiki. Are you awake? Huh? Yeah. I'm fine. During the lunch break, while I was lost in thought, Toshiyu approached me with a bento. What are you thinking about? I was just thinking about the last holiday. Did something happen on the holiday? Saying this, Toshiyu sat down in an empty seat next to me. When I went to the shopping mall, I happened to meet Shimizu-san. Shimizu-san? Yeah. Her older sister was also there. Shimizu-san's sister? You mean Shimizu Ai-san? Toshiyu. Do you know Ai-san? Of course, I know at least the vice president of our student council. Besides, Ai-san is quite famous for being Shimizu-san's sister and being cute, you know? So that's how it was. It seemed like I was the only one who didn't know about Ai-san. So what happened when you met them? Ai-san invited me to go shopping with Shimizu-san and her. That's an interesting turn of events. Did Daiki already know Ai-san? No, I met her for the first time then. Ai-san knew me, though. Perhaps Shimizu-san told her about me beforehand. I see. Still, it's surprising that Ai-san would invite someone she just met to go shopping. I was surprised too. I was indeed surprised at how quickly Ai-san was able to shorten the distance between us. So what did you go shopping for? They were shopping for clothes. And did Daiki help them pick out clothes? I didn't help much, to be honest. I just gave my opinions while they tried on clothes. They asked for my opinion, but I don't remember giving any useful ones. Isn't that what helping people choose clothes is all about? Is that so? I can't say for sure since I haven't had much experience helping girls choose clothes. What happened after that? We played at the game center. After that, Ai-san had some business to attend to, so we split up. Shimizu-san and I walked together to the station. To put it simply, that's what happened. Oh, I see. Then what did Daiki think about that holiday? At that time, I was bothered by the words Ai-san said to me. Why are you on K's side? For some reason, that question still hadn't left my mind. While thinking about that, the back door of the classroom swung open forcefully. Startled, I looked in the direction of the voice coming from the back of the classroom, and there stood Ai-san with an anxious expression. Toshiyu, I'll be right back. Yeah? Be careful. Feeling that something was off, I hurried over to Ai-san. What's wrong, Ai-san? Daiki-kun, I'm glad you're here. Straight to the point, is K not here? No, she's not. Shimizu-san went somewhere right at the beginning of lunch break. I knew it. Ai-san had a look of frustration on her face. What happened to Shimizu-san? I told you before at the family restaurant that some people were interested in K. That girl hadn't been around since lunchtime, and according to her friend, she said she had something to do. That's why I had a bad feeling and came to check, and as expected, K wasn't here. I guess I was a step too late. Does that mean Shimizu-san was summoned by someone? That's right. If she's not here, I can't stay here either. I have to find K. Ai-san has that serious look on her face I've seen before. Wait a moment. I'll look for her too. No, I don't want to trouble you, Daiki-kun. It's fine. I'm also worried about Shimizu-san. Please let me help. I stare at Ai-san seriously. After a few seconds of eye contact, Ai-san seems to give in and sighs, which is unusual. Daiki-kun is more stubborn than I thought. Fine, but don't push yourself too hard. Understood. Oh, by the way, if you find her, let me know so I can get in touch with her. There's another childhood friend of mine who's also looking for him, so let's create a group and communicate there if anything happens. Ai-san and I exchanged contact information and started running in different directions. Hey, is anyone here? During the lunch break, I had come to the back of the gym, known for being a place where not many people come. You came as promised. I look in the direction of the voice and see a tall guy standing there. His appearance seems to be somewhat appealing to girls. I looked at his face, but I did not recognize him at all. From his demeanor, he was probably in my grade or an upperclassman. For some reason, the man smiles confidently. What promise? You put this in there. I showed him the note paper I brought. It was the one I found in my shoe locker this morning. The note roughly stated that I should come to the back of the gym during lunch break today. Finding it put me in a terrible mood since morning. You brought it all the way here. If you read it, you should understand my purpose, right? Yeah. Then, will you go out with me? Just as I expected, I let out a sigh in my mind. I was supposed to have changed since becoming a high school student to avoid situations like this. I have something I want to ask. What is it? Why did you confess to me? Because I wanted to be in a relationship with you. The guy answers with an expression. Why are you asking such an obvious question? So, why did you want to be in a relationship with me? Well, I thought you looked good with black hair. Another one likes this. It seems that even in high school, guys who approach me are only interested in my appearance. So what's your answer? I refuse. What? The man looks as if he can't believe it. The faint smile he had on his face disappeared. I won't accept a confession from someone I don't even know. If you fall in love based solely on appearance, find someone who looks like me. In my heart, I add, except for my sister AI, you don't have to be so angry. Let's calm down. I may not be in a good mood, but I am calm. I told you I refused. If you're calm, then listen. It's true that we don't know much about each other yet, but it's never too late to get to know each other even after we start dating, right? No, it's normal to get to know each other, gradually develop feelings, confess, and then start dating. The order before dating is reversed. The guy snorts. Unlike the way he laughed before, this time it looks like he's mocking me. What's so funny? No, you're more innocent than I thought. Whatever. I know you don't like me right now, but you might like me later, right? Date me. I won't make you feel bad. He's quite persistent. And it feels like he's used to saying things like this. He might have approached other girls in the same way as this time. I feel like I've caught the attention of a troublesome guy. My feelings won't change. Even if we date, I could never like you, and I definitely won't date you in the first place. I'm at a loss. Then how about starting as friends? Forget it. I refuse to be friends with someone who has such obvious ulterior motives. If that's the end of it, I'm going back. The man trembles and shivers. The confidence he had earlier has completely disappeared from his face. That's how you want to play, huh? The man is getting furious, and it seems to be getting really dangerous. First of all, this gymnasium is rarely visited by people. I haven't told anyone that I'll be here, so no one knows I'm here. That means no one can help me no matter what happens here. So that's it is. Your mask has come off. I'm acting composed, but I can't think of any plans to overcome the situation. I might be able to resist a little because I exercise on a regular basis, but even so, the difference in physiques between men and women will not be reversed. The man is slowly closing the distance to me. I closed my eyes as I got lost in my thoughts, thinking that it was over. Wait. When the man and I turn our heads toward the voice, Hondo, who shouldn't be here, is standing there. You're saving me again? I speak softly, almost inaudibly. Hey, who are you? Ha. Excuse me, can you wait a moment? Where was his bravado earlier? For some reason, Hondo was already out of breath. Just for a little while. I managed to get permission. I'm really grateful because I've been running at full speed until just now. As I catch my breath, Shimizu-san suddenly comes up next to me. Hey, why are you here? Shimizu-san whispered to me. Well, there are various reasons. I actually wanted to explain in more detail, but there doesn't seem to be enough time. I wanted to report it to AI-san as well. It's time to talk. Who are you anyway? Tired of waiting, the man who was talking to Shimizu-san earlier called out to me. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Daiki Hondo, a second year. Well, thank you for being polite, Kohai-kun. Now Hondo, what are you doing here? Suddenly, the senior changed his tone, which was quite eerie. Although I want to believe that he won't act rough since the numbers favor me being here, I'm here looking for Shimizu-san. I state my purpose concisely. The smiling senpai nods, but his eyes are not smiling. Well, it seems like you've accomplished your goal, and since she's in the middle of talking with me, it's time for you to say goodbye. I'm done with you. I'm going back to the classroom. How cold. If we talk a bit more, your feelings might change. The senpai already has no interest in me and is only looking at Shimizu-san. No way they'll change. I dislike someone like you who only judges people based on appearances. Although her tone is a bit harsh, considering the story I heard about Shimizu-san from middle school, I can understand why she would say that. As I thought that, I heard him gritting his teeth. I thought your personality had rounded out, so I went out of my way to say I wanted to go out with you. But what's with that attitude? When he suddenly raises his voice, I shift my gaze toward the agitated senpai, and all I can read from his expression is anger. Senpai, please calm down. Outsiders should stay back. You've got nothing to offer me except your face, so don't talk so highly of yourself. Don't get carried away. The senpai continues to say whatever he wants without trying to control his emotions. Feeling curious, I glance at Shimizu-san. She has a sad expression I've never seen before. Then something inside me snaps. Please correct yourself. My voice's tone comes out unexpectedly low. Huh? I said, correct yourself. Correct what? The senpai glares at me intensely. But I'm not scared. You told Shimizu-san that she has no good qualities except her face. That's a fact, isn't it? No. There are many good things about Shimizu-san that you don't know. What? Shimizu-san willingly helped me when we were short on staff during cooking practice, and she even shared her homemade bento with me when I couldn't afford lunch. Hondo. Shimizu-san seemed to want to say something, but I still had a lot to say. Besides, she's a good listener, and talking to her always puts me in a good mood, and even when we have nothing to talk about, just by being together. Hey, enough. I get it. Shimizu-san interrupts me, cutting off my words. Her expression seems different from before. She appears to be flustered. I feel relieved that she no longer looks sad, but I can't stop now. It's not enough. I still haven't conveyed all of Shimizu-san's good qualities. It's true that Shimizu-san is outstanding in terms of appearance, just as the senpai says, but that's only a small part of her charm. I said that's enough. MFFFW, Shimizu-san physically covers my mouth with her hand from the front. Her grip is stronger than I expected, and I can't easily remove her hand. When she finally released me after a desperate struggle, both Shimizu-san and I were out of breath. Ha. What are you doing all of a sudden, Shimizu-san? Ha. T-hats because you keep saying embarrassing things. It's not embarrassing since everything I said is true. It's embarrassing for me. Put yourself in the listener's shoes. What are you guys doing fighting with each other? When I turned toward the voice, I saw that my senpai had a look of dismay on his face. Fortunately, there was no more anger on his face. I'm sorry. I'll continue then. I don't want to. I've heard enough. Can I ask you something? What is it? I've been curious since you came here, but what kind of relationship do you two have? For me, Shimizu-san is someone I can't leave alone. Someone you can't leave alone? Senpai seems to not understand. I wonder if I said it too vaguely for him to understand. Yeah, she's kind yet clumsy, and that makes her an irresistible presence to me. I think as long as we're together, I'll always find myself looking at Shimizu-san without even realizing it. Hondo, what are you? Shimizu-san appeared to be strangely flustered, even though I didn't say anything particularly special. I see how it is. Sigh. Senpai let out a sigh and turned his back on me and Shimizu-san. Senpai? Done. I'm leaving. I didn't come all this way just to listen to you two flirting. Flirting? What is he talking about? Maybe what I said didn't come across correctly. Hey, wait a moment. Don't leave us alone in this situation. Shimizu-san? When I arrived, she seemed to want to stay away from the senpai, but I wondered what her change of mind was. I don't want to. Since you rejected me, I hope you suffer from the awkwardness of being alone with that guy. And that. Maybe I was out of line earlier. Sorry about that. After saying just that, senpai starts walking towards the school building by himself. Don't just say what you want to say and leave. Fortunately, Shimizu-san's shout did not reach anyone except the three of us here. Epilogue, Shimizu-san and I. A few minutes after the senpai left, Shimizu-san and I were still at the back of the gymnasium. Why are you acting like nothing happened after saying something like that? And how did you even know I was here in the first place? I don't understand what Shimizu-san means by something like that, but I can answer the latter question. To be honest, I didn't know you were here, but if it was a confession, it would likely happen in a place where no one else would come. So I checked various places where people wouldn't usually go. Then when I came near here, I heard a scream, and I thought it might be you, so I came to check. I didn't tell you about the confession. I heard it from AI-san. AI-san was really worried about you, Shimizu-san. I report to AI-san that I found Shimizu-san and that everything is okay. AI-san quickly replied with relief, saying that she had read the message. AI got it. But why did you come looking for me? You could have just waited in the classroom. I was worried about you. About what? I thought Shimizu-san might be in danger. Although I only heard bits and pieces from AI-san, it seemed that there was a real possibility of harm coming to Shimizu-san. You shouldn't have bothered with that. Even if something happened, it would have been my responsibility. I couldn't just leave that alone. Why not? Why do you ask such an obvious question? I feel like I need to clearly express my feelings to Shimizu-san here. Maybe more than you think. Shimizu-san, I care about you. If something were to happen to you and you got hurt, I would definitely regret it. Shimizu-san's face turns redder than before. What are you talking about so suddenly? I mean, you're an important person for me. What do you mean by that? For some reason, Shimizu-san seemed excited when senpai asked me. I've been thinking about it again. What exactly is our relationship? We're classmates. But it's more than that. But maybe Shimizu-san doesn't think of us as friends. So when I thought about how I feel about Shimizu-san, the phrase important person just felt right. I finished my answer, but Shimizu-san did not reply. Shimizu-san? How about as a member of the opposite sex? Shimizu-san's voice is barely audible, and she seems a little disappointed. Sorry, can you say that again? Don't worry. I was talking to myself. Okay. I understand. To be honest, I'm quite curious about this, but it's kind of hard to ask Shimizu-san, whose tension is visibly lowered. I see. I understand now why you came here. If things were going to turn out like this, I shouldn't have dyed my hair back to its original color. Shimizu-san laughed self-deprecatingly. Did you dye your hair blonde because you didn't want to be confessed to? Did I not mention that? No, you didn't. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Shimizu-san thinks for a moment. I guess it's okay if it's you. You might find it surprising, but I used to be quite popular until junior high school. You're beautiful, Shimizu-san, and it's fun to be with you. So it's not surprising. I was not shocked because I had heard a little about her from AI-san as well. Don't interrupt the story. Although Shimizu-san is giving me a piercing glare, I don't feel as intimidated as usual. This may have something to do with the fact that her face is tinged with vermilion. She looks a little embarrassed rather than angry. Well, anyway, I asked everyone about the reason for confessing every time, and they all said it was love at first sight or that they liked my appearance. That means they're judging me solely based on my looks, right? Shimizu-san had an indescribable expression on her face. Shimizu-san. That's why I changed my hair color to blonde in high school, because I didn't want to be confessed to by people who judge solely based on my looks. Shimizu-san, didn't you always have golden hair? I can't hide my surprise at her shocking revelation. No. I had black hair until junior high school. I imagine Shimizu-san during our middle school days. There's a strange sense of familiarity when I picture him wearing the uniform of the middle school I attended. Oh? What's wrong? Why do I feel like I've seen Shimizu-san wearing our middle school uniform somewhere before? Did Shimizu-san go to the same junior high school as me? That's sudden. I've already told you before. Is that so? I'm not sure if we talked about it before or not. Honestly, I don't remember. I don't know if that's why. I thought I had met Shimizu-san in junior high school. Did you remember? Shimizu-san grabbed my shoulders and leaned closer to my face. Wait, you're a little too close, Shimizu-san. Remembered what? When Shimizu-san hears my words, she releases her hand from my shoulder. No, if you don't remember, it's fine. We went to the same middle school, so we might have met somewhere in junior high school. Shimizu-san's face when she said that looked somewhat lonely. I couldn't find the right words to say, but I didn't want Shimizu-san to have that expression. I slapped my face with both hands. What are you doing? Shimizu-san looked at me curiously. I strain my brain and try to recall my memories. Even though the present Shimizu-san looks slightly different in appearance and atmosphere, if I had met Shimizu-san in the past, I shouldn't have completely forgotten. Why are you staring at me with such serious eyes? Sorry. I seem to have unconsciously been staring at Shimizu-san's face. Anyway, even if you worry about me, if you're not careful, you'll be in danger too. I think someone said that to me before. If you're not careful, you'll be in danger too. I hear a voice echoes in my head. That's right. I remember having a memory of someone worrying about me. Just like Shimizu-san now. When was that? I think it was still in middle school. Hondo? Right. It was when I was in the 3rd year of middle school. The memories from the past suddenly come back vividly. Hey, Hondo. Can't you hear me? I snap out of it. I was so absorbed in remembering that I didn't respond to Shimizu-san's voice. Sorry. I was lost in thought. Anyway, by the way, do you think we might have met in our 3rd year of middle school, Shimizu-san? You remember that time? I actually just remembered it. When we first met in middle school, her way of speaking and atmosphere was different. Even though we had been together for over a year, I honestly didn't realize it. It's possible that it's partly because her hair color was different until recently too. It's a little late to notice it. But why didn't you tell me that we had met in middle school? You remembered me, right, Shimizu-san? Because that would have been embarrassing. Embarrassing? I wonder what was embarrassing about it. Looking back, I don't think Shimizu-san in middle school was that much different in her overall appearance or personality. That only I still remember that I was helped by Hondo. It's like I'm one-sidedly concerned about you. I don't think that's the case. Besides, even if I helped you, it wasn't anything significant at that time. That's not true. Shimizu-san shouted loudly. That's not true. Even back then and this time, you saved me. If you hadn't come both times, it could have been a serious situation. I couldn't say it back then. That. The next words couldn't come out. I intended to wait until Shimizu-san finished speaking. And the moment I was waiting for came sooner than I thought. Thank you. It wasn't a loud voice, but I heard it clearly. Those simple words of gratitude surprisingly shook my heart. I don't know what this feeling is. It's frustrating because I can't express it well. It is something that has never occurred to me before. Say something. While I was trying to sort out my feelings, Shimizu-san looked at me anxiously. I had to say something quickly, even if it was awkward. I'm really glad. What for? For being able to help you, Shimizu-san. The things I've done so far have been purely self-satisfaction, so I haven't really cared about how the other person felt. But if what I've done so far has been of even a little help, then I'm glad. Thank you, Shimizu-san. Fufu, what are you thanking me for? Shimizu-san gives me a soft smile. It might be the first time I've seen Shimizu-san smile like that. Could it be that Shimizu-san is actually cute? What's the matter with you all of a sudden? And why the question mark? I blurted out words that I myself didn't understand why they came out. What is wrong with me? The smile from a moment ago has disappeared. Shimizu-san's face is now turning bright red, whether from anger or embarrassment. Calm down, Shimizu-san. You think I can calm down? You suddenly say I'm cute. Are you making fun of me? I'm not making fun of you. I just let slip what I had thought for a moment. Well, anyway, I wouldn't say something like cute as a joke at a time like this. Mute. Did you mean it when you said I'm cute? Yes. I genuinely thought Shimizu-san was cute, so I said it. Having come this far, there's no turning back. I can only hope that Shimizu-san believes that I said it genuinely. Shimizu-san's face is still dyed vermilion as he stares at me. Shimizu-san's face, staring at me intently, remains stained vermilion. If you insist. I got it. I'm glad you understand. All right, This is the end of this conversation. Okay. I don't know how things ended up like this, but our argument has come to a safe conclusion. Well, shall we go back to the classroom soon? Yeah, I guess so. I wonder how much time has passed since we came to the back of the gymnasium. We've been here for quite a while, so Toshiya might be a little worried about me. Just as I was about to leave, I remembered that there was still a question I hadn't asked. By the way, can I ask you something that has been bothering me? What is it? Why did you dye your hair black again, even though you had it dyed blonde? I asked that question once before when she dyed her hair black, but I remember not receiving an answer at that time. But now, perhaps Shimizu-san will tell me the reason. That's, she hesitates. So there is a meaning behind returning the hair to black. I'll tell you when the time comes. When will that time be? When you'll tell me. That time is when that time comes. With those words, Shimizu-san suddenly started running away. Wait a minute, Shimizu-san. I started running after Shimizu-san, and we ended up running all the way back to the classroom. Afterword. Thank you for reading this book. I'm the author, Sokohana. Now, how should I start writing? I'm already struggling in the second line of the afterword. Maybe I'm nervous. First, let me start with a brief self-introduction. I'm called Sokohana, which means flowers blooming in the depths of the earth. My favorite animal is an owl. As for who I am a member of a novel submission site. I occasionally write short romantic comedies on the novel submission site called Let's Become a Novelist. Why did I start writing and posting short romantic comedies? I don't remember it well now. However, I do remember how happy I felt receiving feedback from readers and how it inspired me to keep writing. So, I continued writing short romantic comedies on a whim or sometimes not at all. But one day, a turning point came. I received an email. The gist of the email was, "Your work is great. Can you share a bit of the story?" That work became the basis for this book, the short romantic comedy titled, The Day After I Told My Friend That I Prefer a Neat Girl. The delinquent Shimizu-san on the seat next to me dyed her hair black. I feel like my nervousness has eased a bit. Anyway, I had a conversation with the person who sent me that email. The conversation was about turning the short story I wrote into a book. Turning it into a book. Turning it into a book. Turning it into a book. It was an incredible shock when I actually heard those words. In fact, one of my biggest ambitions while I'm alive is to publish a book, even just one. This proposal was an exceptional opportunity that could fulfill that ambition. I decided to accept the proposal. After that, the days flew by, and before I knew it, I had finished writing the main story and now I'm writing this afterword. Having written this much, my nervousness has finally subsided. This book holds a special place in my heart as it is the first book I've ever written. I'm genuinely happy that readers like you have picked up and read this book. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my dedicated editor who has supported me from the beginning, to Shimizu-san and Daiki, to Hamu-san, for creating lovely illustrations, to Yasuno Toshinrai-san for drawing an amazing introduction manga, and to all the readers who have read this far. Thank you very much. I hope to see you again somewhere in the future, if we have the chance. End of Volume 1.